Good morning. Welcome back to Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. Today is April the 21st, and it is now 9:10. Welcome, everybody. We are at a very important part of our whole budget process. So everybody get ready to work hard and long hours. And thank you for all the work that you did. And thank you, OCS staff, for bringing us here. At some point, if OCS could let us know what responses we have not heard back from, what departments, as I will tell you that if we don't have it here when we come to your department, the members will make decisions with what they think they understand if we haven't received any responses, but we will hear. Okay, so today, welcome. Okay, this meeting is being conducted in accordance with the Sunshine Law, and as a reminder, when your name is called, if you are not in the council chambers, please identify by name who, if anyone, is with you in the room, vehicle, workspace today, and minors do not need to be identified. So, member, Vice Chair Kama, good morning.
Good morning, Chair, and aloha kakahiaka to my fellow colleagues.
Good morning. Chair Lee, welcome.
Thank you. So the morning greeting is easy because it's from my grandmother's birthplace, Granada, Spain. Hola, ¿qué tal? No.
Member Hudgens.
Hola, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning. Member Senensi.
Hey, aloha kakayaka and hola, ¿qué tal? Here at the Hana District Office. I'm here at Davis Medeiros, and there are no testifiers, Chair.
Okay. From the Office of the Mayor, Leslie Milner, Budget Director, I think, are you doing these meetings online? I don't see you here in your corner. Director Milner? Is she online? She is. Yeah, okay, good. Director of
I see her video.
I see you.
She's there.
Okay, good morning. We have Director Marcy Martin and Carrie Stockwell with us today from Department of Finance, Department of Corporation Counsel, Christina Toshikio, as well as Christy Rigglesworth, and from Corp Counsel, Committee Secretary Pauline Martin, Kirsten Zabo, Legislative Analyst, James Kruger, Senior Legislative Analyst, Jarrett Pasquale, and Clarissa McDonald, also Legislative Analyst. Peter Martin, Legislative Attorney, I'm sorry, wrong. Peter Hanano, sorry about that. Rochelle Kawasaki is not here. We have Carla Nakata and Lei Deneen, Council Services Assistant Clerk. Please see the last page of the agenda for information on meeting connectivity. And members, thank you very much for attending this BFED committee meeting today. We have only one item on the agenda, which is BFED 1, Proposed Fiscal Year 26 Budget for the County of Maui. We will begin our decision process for fiscal year 26 budget. Before that, we do have Department of Finance Director Marcy Martin here to give us a presentation on the RPT certification. We received the booklets last week, Thursday. Thank you very much. I think that's the first time I've ever had a book early. After her presentation, we will have public testimony and proceed with questions and answers about RPT certification. The public, we have it online on Granicus. It is 196 on Granicus. Once discussion is complete, I would like to have a discussion on the following, which are other revenues, including GET, TAT, and fuel tax, general budget provisions, and we can begin decisions. To start, I'd like to discuss the following OED residency area grants amounts, members, priorities, conditions, and general cuts. Then I intend to take up the departments by the order they appear in the Bill 41, starting with the Office of County Clerk and proceeding on as it is in Bill 41. We will discuss each aspect of the department at that time, starting with operations, then CIP, including Appendix C, then grants, revolving funds, rates and fees, any additional legislation pertaining to the department, and members' priorities, if any. Once we are finished with Bill 51, we will review the additional legislations. Remember, my goal for today is to complete all departments up to environmental management. we'll see if we can get there. At this time, I would like to invite
higher than last year's, higher than last year's certified revenue for the budget, and 1% lower than the certified revenue for the budget, and 1% lower than the levy in the projections in the fiscal 25-26 budget. So today I have Carrie Stockwell here who will give you the presentation, and all of the real property materials have been loaded on the county website under assessed values. So I will hand it over to Carrie.
So the real property tax certification is available for download on the County of Maui website, mauicounty.gov, under assessed values. This presentation will be referring to pages from the 2025 RPA certification handout for council and the 2025 selected statistics for budget consideration handout.
Paulton, you have a clarifying question.
Sure. I just wanted to clarify what we just got right now and what we have in the book are the same information,
Director.
just excerpts.
Yes, that is correct. It's excerpts from the book you received.
Thank you.
Okay. So in page 1, the certified value for 2025 is $83,728,058,230. The certified value represents gross assessed values, less exemptions, and less 50% of the values in dispute from appeals filed by April 9th for the 2025 assessment year. The certified values multiplied by the mayor's proposed rate and tiers, less estimated circuit breaker tax relief credits, and an adjustment for wildfire long-term rental exemptions, together with the minimum tax, produces real property tax revenue equal to $643,580,411. This figure is $6,808,212 less than the projected real property tax revenue in the mayor's proposed budget of $650,388,623. The difference between the budgeted real property tax revenue and the certified real property tax revenue is largely due to appeals and corrections made during the appeal period, which is from March 15th through April 9th. Pages 2 to 14 is a certification summary by land class. Page 17, 3% as well. These figures account for the 50% of value on appeal adjustment. Also, these are the figures used for budgeted purposes. So the next slides are from the 2025 selected real property statistics for budget consideration handout. Page 3 from the budget is a summary by land class. The worksheet compares this year's certification to last year's budgeted real property taxes. Values increased in all classification for the year, the biggest being the increase in long-term rental properties. In this classification, parcel count increased by 940 parcels. This is due to Ordinance 5727. Page 4 of the handout shows the revenue source graph. This shows that despite the additions of TAT and GE taxes, real property taxes are still a significant portion of the county's income. The certified revenue graph, page 5 of the handout, shows that like assessed values, certified revenues have been in an upward trend over the past 10 years.
Page 5 of the handout is different, but that was page 21 in the book. Oh, a different book.
I think
Yeah,
the
I have
page
it.
numbers are kind of mixed up.
Yeah, I'm not following the page numbers that you were seeing.
The page numbers are from the second handout online titled Selected Real Properties.
To 500 parcels pay the minimum tax. Taxpayers are charged the minimum tax when their taxable assessed value multiplied by the tax rate is less than the minimum tax. Page 21 in the budget statistics handout shows that most parcels charged the minimum tax are low-valued vacant land, which includes remnant parcels and parcels that are 100% farmed and are receiving an agriculture use assessment. Page 22 shows taxes under appeal using the proposed tax rates. As you can see by the graph, almost 50% of taxes under appeal come from the hotel resort class. As I mentioned earlier, the difference between net taxable value and certified value is an adjustment for 50% value on appeal. Page 25 shows some circuit breaker statistics. The number of applicants remains stable in relationship to last year. Ordinance 5681 was passed in June 2024, raising the thresholds for building value after a decrease in qualified applicants through the past years. Page 28 owner owner-occupied value bands. The net taxable value includes the $300,000 home exemption deduction. 86% of owner-occupied properties are not subject to the Tier 2 and 3 tax rates. So they all fall in the Tier 1. Page 29 shows tax relief estimates. The home exemption is very generous. Page 31 gives long-term rental exemption statistics. This program has grown. Taxpayers appear to still need reminders to reapply. The division has implemented its online application process and it is live. The new process will send reminders to taxpayers who are in this program. Page 33 shows the impact of Ordinance 5727, Bill 147, which extended tax relief for properties that had improvements destroyed by the August 8th wildfires or who are located in the yellow and red reentry zones. These value decreases were offset by market value and new construction increases to produce a certified value increase for the year. And then page 39 through 42 in the handout are breakdown of assessments by value range for each of the different classifications. These charts can be used when deliberating on tiers. Thank you.
Okay, are you done with your presentation? We must have testifiers, right? Yeah. All right. So members, thank you very much for the presentation. We all got the books early. It was a little bit hard to follow, but I think we got it. So at this time, I'd like to provide, testifiers wanting to provide testimony should sign up with staff, join the meeting online via Teams link, or call in to the phone number noted in the agenda. Testimony on the budget is not limited to the department who presented today, and written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas as well. Under the Sunshine Law, the chair will receive oral testimony for agenda items at the beginning of the meeting and as the item is called up. Please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. If you wish to testify anonymously, please notify staff. Otherwise, state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes per item, and if you need to complete, you'll be given another 30 seconds. Once you're done testifying, or if you do not wish to testify, you can also view the meetings on Akaku 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us/agendas. We will do our best to take
nations, including Native Hawaiians, to participate in sustainable agriculture as well as conservation in Maui County. And since the fires, we stood up a hub in Kahului to support individuals and families that have moved out of Lahaina and other individuals and families that have been impacted by the fires. And our main purpose is to give poi and culturally appropriate, nutritious food to people affected by the fires and other disadvantaged populations, so that we're not continually giving people spam and Simon and canned foods, but really treating people with respect and humanity and giving them nutritious food that's culturally appropriate. And so I'm really, we've been hosting Resilience Hub meetings for every other week since the fires, and really want to make sure that all the communities are connected and ready and able to respond and stand up in the way that all of our entire community did after the fires, but do it in an organized and networked way. And so I think Councilmember Johnson's proposal is right on point to make sure that we prioritize sustainable agriculture in Hawaii. And also provide those foods to people that are most impacted. My only comments for I had some questions about the purchasing program. How do you balance reimbursements or incentives given to for-profit companies? How do we regulate who is a local food purchaser or food producer? That was the biggest questions that we've had to mostly certify if it's actually grown in Maui. I know when we do the Made in Maui Festival, a lot of work gets done to actually certify who's actually producing goods in Hawaii. So that would translate over to this program as well. I think there would be a lot of oversight to just make sure that the food is grown here. And then also, how do you monetize the incentive? Are you reimbursing the entire price for the goods, or are you just doing 50% if they're selling it? Or if it's being given away for free, are you incentivizing the entire purchase of it? So those are just questions that I hadn't really seen or looked into for the purchasing program, but I think it's a very good first step to prioritizing local foods here. And the last one, if I can get the 30 seconds. I know we did put in funding for resilience hubs in Kihei and I think Lahaina, but if we really want to stand up a really great network, I think there should be hubs supported by the county and other geographic locations as well. Thank you.
Okay, members have questions for you, and before I turn it over, can you tell me the amount that you are talking about?
I would agree with the $2 million for the food incentive program, and then match the same amounts for the resilience hubs for every geographic community. So it'd be the same across the board.
Thank you. I see hands with Member Johnson, then Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Ani. Thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate your support. I just want to ask you some clarifying questions in regards to your program. So the Kahului Hub, do you know how many people you serve? Do you have an estimate of how many folks you are serving?
Yep, we have each family can walk in at least once a week. So for the whole month, we service 500 families. So they sometimes come every single week, sometimes come only once a month, but 500 families actually walk into our hub, and this translates to almost 3,200 individuals that we feed.
Thank you so much for that clarification. We're going to put, if everything goes out right, this program will be administered by the Department of Ag. So just to clarify that. And then the food that you're serving is...
Yeah, so a lot of the food comes from our farm. We have local eggs that we produce and other bananas and uala and kalo, but we also purchase a lot of food from other local farmers. So some of the grants that we receive and support through the Maui Food Bank, we're able to go through distributors that collect all the food, or when we were funded by the Hawaii Community Foundation, we bought it directly from the farmers. So we can personally certify that these are local farmers. We see that they're growing it on site. It's just when the program gets bigger and you have a lot of people, it might be hard to certify that. But the Maui Food Bank does a really good job at certifying who they're purchasing from.
That's right, and I'm sure they'll be part of this program as well. Thank you so much, Ms. Ani. Thank you for your statements.
Thank you. Member Paulton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ani. I was in communication with Baja about the moving of the hub funds from the Office of the Mayor to MEMA. And I just wanted to clarify when you were saying about the locations and the geographic distributions, if you could confirm. She said that 7 communities were promised to be supported by the county as the first phase resilience hubs for Maui in January and February of this year. And those include Namoku in Keanai, Living Pono Project, 2 sites, Hana Resilience Hub and Community Kitchen, Kaupo Resilience Hub, Leali'i Resilience Center, Lahaina Resilience Hub, number 2, and on Molokai, Kuala Pu'u Hub. And then there's others in phase 2. Is that your recollection as well? And so is that why you were surprised when it said West Maui and South Maui?
So those are the hubs that we had discussed in partnership with the Office of the Mayor to identify different tiers of resilience hubs. Those that you labeled were the ones that are ready. We're like on it. We already have locations and we're ready to move. So shovel ready. And then there were second tier sites that I think she provided to you as well. And we had discussed in our resilience hub meetings. But in regards to the surprise, I wasn't really surprised. Those are very key locations that are primed and ready to go. But those other sites that you listed are also right at the cusp of like being successful. If we can get a little bit of support from the county, then I think it would be a better network that's established instead of just selecting the 2 locations. But any help and support with Resilience Hub and establishing them in Hawaii before a disaster hits is very much appreciated. And I think moving it to MEMA is a very strategic move and really aligns it with being better prepared. And I think we have a great director there and great support. I think just for everybody's community, it would just be a level playing field across the board if all of your communities had funding for resilience hubs equally.
Thank you. I did put an explanation in when I wanted to move it of what Baja kind of recapped, but it's not necessarily a condition, but hopefully that MEMA continues to work with the Mayor's Office, the Resiliency Hub Hui, and the Resilience Hub Collaborative is the intention because MEMA is not tied to a political cycle, so not like everybody's gonna leave at the next election. Not that I'm saying that, but whenever there's a change in leadership or stuff.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo. Aloha, Ms. Ane. Mahalo for your testimony and for your continued good work in the community. Okay, so I have 2 questions. One regarding verification of local food sources. So you said the food bank does a good job at verifying locally grown produce?
Yes, so they do go off-site and visit farms specifically to be able to confirm that they grow food on site and then intake them and can put them in their vendor system, which is amazing and great. But they're also not supported at they're very stretched thin, and so the amount of farmers that they can certify is not enough. So they would, I think, need support to be able to do that, but at least they have the system in place and they have the documentation that they can go out and visit sites. And so I think helping them to bolster their operations would be a great 1 foot ahead, and already it started the system and they already have that down. The other thing with food purchasing programs for the distributors like Kula Produce, whatever the other distributors that we work with, they have said that they need a DOH placard for each farmer that they buy from. So the bigger farmers, okay, that's fine. They do it already, but it's really hard for the smaller farmers to have all of the necessary steps to go through the DOH process. And so that's just another thing to keep in mind when we're talking about certification and the impact it would have to small farmers if we set certain standards.
Mahalo for that caution. I appreciate those details. And then my last question, so we don't, as council members, we don't get to see each other's proposals until it's been submitted. So I'm not super familiar with what Member Johnson has proposed. One of my proposals is to provide grants for farmers cultivating canoe crops, Niu, Uru, and Kalo. I support, sustainable production, and specifically canoe crops for a healthier diet, which is what you testified to. And so I guess in providing grants specifically to those crops, do you see that having a benefit to your program and other programs?
Oh, absolutely. I think starting off with our main staple crops that we have in Hawaii that are really the basis of our culture and our identity is key to cultural survival as well as feeding people's spirit and mind and body. If we have, we need people to start eating poi again because that's literally our connection to Aina and our connection to the stars. And so it's, you have triple benefits, quadruple benefits than just providing funding for local food, but also culturally important food that has many benefits beyond just growing it here in Hawaii. Thank you.
Absolutely. And poi has gotten so expensive, and so it's become almost out of reach for a lot of our people. So mahalo for that. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any other questions? See none. Nice to see you. Take care. Next testifier.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah.
Aloha.
Testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Tom Crowley, to be followed by the Royal House of Hawaii.
Aloha Council, Tom Crowley, testifying on my own behalf as always. I hope that you each got the testimony that I sent in last week and had a chance to review it, because in my 3 minutes here, I have no chance of getting through that testimony. But if you did get that testimony and have questions for me about it, I would appreciate that. I want to start by complimenting the Real Property Tax Department on this report that they have prepared for you. There is no document, absolutely no document that you get within Maui County that is more informative than the report that they give you here. I refer to it multiple times a year, and the presentation that you just got from Carrie didn't do it justice in any way, shape, or form of all of the really great statistics and information that you can get out of this report. So I urge you to dig into it deeply and answer all the questions that you might have. The county council has used real property tax rates to support policy that they want to try to support for years now. And this report helps you kind of figure out, is that those rates working? Are they supporting the policies that you want? Of course, the first policy that the council has long supported has been low property tax rates for our residents, okay? And with respect to most of that, you've done a great job. There's 149 residents, and you know who they are, who you are not doing a good job with respect to that, okay? You're discriminating very badly against that 149 residents who live full-time in their homes, but we won't go any deeper into that. I do want to point out that 8.3% of total real property tax comes from resident housing, and 83.5% comes from visitor accommodation housing. The other 9% comes from all other type businesses that are on the island, but that is most significant, the amount that's coming from visitor accommodation housing. Another policy that you've tried to initiate in the past few years with respect to the tiers is progressive taxation. That is taxing more to the people who can afford it, more higher priced homes we're going to tax in a more severe way. And that certainly has been successful in the non-owner occupied class and in the short-term rental class, where I calculated that in the third tier alone, you generated an additional $26.5 million more with the progressive taxation that you had there. However, let's be honest about it. We are not using that policy in the owner-occupied class. Raising the top tier to $3.20 or whatever is nowhere near using that policy in place. And you're only generating $1.5 million of additional taxation in the owner-occupied class and the long-term rental class. Oh boy, I have so much more to say. I got 30 seconds, right? So the one really egregious thing I wanted to point out here was the long-term rental classification allows someone who has a very high-value house to get a huge tax reduction by saying, hey, I have someone staying in this house long-term. And if that house is, let's say, a $40 million house, okay, and they have someone staying in an Ohana on there, the difference can be huge. And I found one property, and it's not alone, there's about 53 properties who get this kind of reduction, who's getting $148,000 tax reduction because they have a long-term resident on there. So I ask you to try to address that. I have more to say. I hope you have questions for me. I did conclude my testimony with 5 recommendations that I hope you'll take into account for taxation this year. And thank you for the opportunity to give testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley. We knew we would hear from you today. So just can you expound on that last item? So the long-term and the opportunities, and what would you recommend?
Sure, thank you. So with respect to the long-term rental exemption and classification, I think that it's fine to give that in the first tier and to some degree in the second tier, giving you a break. In the third tier, where you have to decide where your break is going to be, I don't think that there should be any kind of reduction in that tier if you are really following your goal to have progressive taxation. Okay, so I would remove that, and that might address these really egregious abuses of it. And don't get me wrong, the taxpayers are not breaking the law in any way, shape, or form. They're taking advantage of the tax policy that you put forward. But to give someone a $149,000 reduction in their taxes because they have one person, or one unit being used for long-term rental doesn't make any sense. So my recommendations in general are that the tiers should be consistent among all categories. I think that it was horrible for the mayor to recommend the tier in owner-occupied and long-term rental, the first tier, to go up to 1.3 million, but then leave it at 1 million for the other categories that are tiered. They should all kind of follow the same, at least for that first classification. So I would raise all the tiers to 1.3 million for the first tier. The second tier, I would make a bit broader than what we currently have, and I would have it go from 1.3 to $5 million. Now, for the properties in tier 3 over $5 million, I think that the rate, whatever rate you choose, should be consistent across all categories, whether that property be used for short-term rental, whether that property be used as an owner-occupied, whether that property be used for long-term rental, because that would be consistent with your goals of progressive taxation. And let's recognize that the folks in owner-occupied still have the circuit breaker to protect them against excessive taxation. So I would recommend raising the rates in the third category, but only having it apply to values over $5 million.
Okay.
And then finally, there is a problem with apartment taxation. Across the way from me is Wailea, and there is a lot of unimproved apartment land over there. And I know that nobody's going to like it when they decide to build on it, and those are luxury homes that they're building on it. But the way we're taxing right now, that vacant apartment land is being taxed at one of our lowest rates, $3.50 per thousand. So you got to break out the land values, the vacant land values in apartment from the lower rate you're giving to people who live in apartments that are apartment complexes already built. I don't think there's anything you can do about it right now in rates.
Thank you.
But it's a policy. Yeah.
Thank you. I saw other hands go up. Was it Member Paulton? Did you have your hand up? Or did your question get answered?
It was Member Rollins Fernandez.
Oh, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. It was my hand, but Mr. Crowley ended up answering my question, but I can ask it again. I can ask it and then see if there's a different answer. Aloha, Mr. Crowley. Mahalo for your testimony. So circuit breaker, I don't know if it would protect those in tier 3, because it says if you qualify for a homeowner exemption and real property taxes exceed 2% of your gross income, you may be eligible for circuit breaker tax credit. And so those that are in tier 3 wouldn't necessarily qualify, is my understanding. My question, and you can comment on that comment as well. My question is regarding tier 3 in owner occupied. I agree and that it should be higher as the progressive structure that it was set up. And what I heard you say is that it should be the same rate across the board, unless you were meaning the same threshold across the board. My question was regarding the tier 3 rate of owner occupied. If I looked at your email and it didn't have like a recommended amount, so I was just curious.
Thank you for the question. The circuit breaker is actually very complicated as to who gets it and who doesn't. And it doesn't matter how expensive the value or how high the assessment is as far as who gets it. What does come into play is what the person's income is. And I believe that a cap was put on the amount that the circuit breaker can give. So if you got too severe with the rates, there would be a situation where someone with a low income would qualify for circuit breaker, but the amount that they would get, the amount of credit they would get, would probably not cover the increase in taxation. So there could be some people who would be hurt there. But most of the folks that would be in tier 3, I would expect that many or most of them are going to be high income individuals who can afford the higher taxation. But the whole point of circuit breaker is to protect low income owners whose value has gone up because basically the land has gone up in value, and they could be hurt by a higher taxation. A deeper dive needs to go into that to see just who that might be and how severe they would be hurt. But my recommendation for tier 3 was to keep the rate that you choose, whatever rate you choose for tier 3, the same in all categories. It would be the same for short-term rental as it would be for long-term rental, as it would be for owner-occupied, as it would be for, I forget what's the other category in there. Anyway, point being that once you get to that level, once you get over $5 million, the use kind of doesn't matter. If progressive taxation is important to you, you want that taxation to be that. I recognize that's pretty severe, and you're probably not going to choose that, but it's almost a joke what's happening today, where the third rate in owner occupied is only $3.10. That's not consistent with what your policy is.
Mahalo, Mr. Crowley. And I found it. It's 3.48.810. And the household income cannot exceed $126,000.
Right.
Okay. Mahalo, Mr. Crowley. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? See none. All right.
All right, guys, I'll be back tomorrow with more. Aloha. Have a great day.
All right. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is the Royal House of Hawaii.
Aloha, I'm here to testify, and I think the only people that should be getting these exemptions, or actually the only people that should be getting these exemptions by right by law is, I don't know what real property is, but I'm pretty sure it's the royal patent properties, the Olorio land tenants, because it shows you the number with the land commission award already, because America and the illegal state manipulated our Tutu guys' royal patents, and when go turn them into tax map kia, it says them in every single house paperwork. They gotta call the beneficiaries by right by law to find out who are the descendants of that land, and it's called a title search, as all of you guys should know, and it's easy to do, and you guys need to call up all the beneficiaries of every single aupua, ili, and moku of those decisions that is being made on those areas about development, whatever. Or if there's no person connected to that parcel, you gotta connect all the beneficiaries of that aupua and the moku, no matter. And everybody has to follow Kamehameha III's constitution and all his laws, and if not, that's, I don't know, cause the only people that should be getting these exemptions again is the royal patent heirs and descendants, and round them all up, garu already. And we already supposed to be doing that right by law already, but there's no discussion with any other heirs, descendants, whatever. And all Hawaiians stand up because we are the walking royals, literally. And they teach us in school that they have end the royals for the land ownership, but we the walking royals.
Are you done? We lost you.
Oh, Kalamai, I don't know what else to say, because freaking we gotta round up all the beneficiaries, period, point blank. Gotta. And it's the Olorio land tenants that should be having these exemptions, and gotta get them back on the line, because us Hawaiians, we know, and we know all the problems, we know all the solutions to the problems that is happening over here. That's why with ahupua, everything, they trying to put us in one neighborhood, and we know can even take care of the rest of the ahupua, no more water in the gulch over there, all dry. But thank you so much.
Okay.
God bless you guys. Kia kopu.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the testifier? See none. Thank you very much. Next testifier, please.
Chair, there's currently no one else who has signed up to testify. Oh, I see someone approaching the podium.
Thank you. Is that Clarissa? I recognize that voice from somewhere. Aloha po'akahi. That's the Hawaiian word of the day. That means Monday. Ka'aha o ke kalana o Maui. O Val J.C. Law. Mahalo Finance Department for the presentation. That was worth coming in this morning. And yeah, thank you, Mr. Coley. I'll try to dig up that previous report that you were talking about. I didn't want to come into work this morning. And even Counselor from Lanai had second thoughts after last Thursday. So thank you everyone for working for the county. I knew you'd be here one way or another, Mr. Johnson. So thank you also for the AO for the food incentive program. I'm not sure if you're going to get to solid waste management today, Chair, But then something else came to my mind with the previous testifier about the say the Kingdom of Hawaii, I forget, Royal House of Hawaii. And then that got my mind to turn into the churches. I don't know how many people here yesterday knew that it was Easter, Jesus is alive, he rose after 3 days, all that good stuff. And Easter is probably, with Christmas, one of the best days for the churches to get money. And
Testifier, please stick to budget.
money?
What's in our budget?
Right, so there's in the taxation department, that's what we're talking about today, right? Taxes? There's something in there about the religious exemption. It's really hard to get information from the county because all the departments are separated. And if you don't have a car running back and forth, it takes up a lot of time. So I like to get a lot of my information here in the chamber. And yeah, I just wanted to put it out there that all the churches are, well, see, it's hard to put them all in one lump together because there's some good churches, some bad churches, and it's hard to put them in tiers. But I would just like y'all to pay attention after you get done up with all this money stuff. Once again, put it on your schedule to see if there's some way we can get, for the way I've seen it, they're draining away the taxpayers' money, and then they complain that they don't have any money to pay the county taxes. So there's got to be some way we can all work together and figure out some way to make the churches pay their fair share.
Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you. Next testifier.
Chair, there's currently no one else who's signed up to testify. Would you like me to do a last call?
Yes, please.
If somebody would like to testify in the chamber, please let staff know, or on Microsoft Teams, please raise your hand. This is final call. 3, 2, 1. Chair, it appears that nobody wishes to testify.
Thank you. Members, seeing that there are no more testifiers, I would like to ask your permission to close public testimony and receive written testimony. Thank you. All right, so now we're in deliberations for RPT. So I'd like to begin discussion, and please use this opportunity to request any necessary information from finance on their tax tier proposals. And we'll do first round of questions with 3 minutes and second round of 2 minutes, if appropriate. Member Kama, Lee, Paulton, Johnson, Rollins, Fernandez, Cook, Wu, Hajan, Senensi, Sugimura. Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm, let me see. I'm trying to find the page that I'm on. Doesn't seem to have a page number here. But it's a page with all the classifications on it. It's a green page. It follows right after the page with all the chart, with all the tall charts and all the different colors. Sorry, I don't have a page number.
Is it?
And so this is the. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find a page number
So is it
to refer to, but I can't seem to find it. I was trying to describe it. But anyway, there's a green page and then there's an orange page. They follow each other.
Okay.
And it has this, looks like the same information on it. And I just wanted to know what the difference was between these two pages, the all green and the all orange. Looks like maybe it's the 5th or 6th page in from the Real Property Assessment Division.
Department, do you see it? And can you direct us to that? Is it page 17 and 18?
Tasha, are you referring to the rate, the tax rate comparison by county?
Yes. No, not that green one. It's actually our tax rate sheet. Looks like our tax rate sheet.
Does it have a title, Member Kama?
It just says classification, FY 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Then it has the timeshare and all the $14.60 going across non-owner, all the tiers, and that's in green. And then just the next page under that is orange. And I wanted to know what the difference between.
I think it's page 7.
Yeah, it would be somewhere around there.
Is it this one? And then the next page has an orange graph.
Yes.
Graph. Yeah.
Yes, the orange graph. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that one says Maui, Honolulu, Hawaii. So is that what yours says, Keani? It's a tax rate comparison by county.
Yeah, the orange has the Maui, Honolulu, Hawaii. Yeah,
Right.
that's page 2 and page 1. Sorry, I said 7. It looked like a 7 for a second.
That's pretty much where I'm at.
Okay, so it's the tax rate sheet. So it's the second part of the book, page 1, and then page 2.
Thank you.
Okay, now ask
You're
the
welcome.
question. Thanks, Keani. This is page 1 and 2 of the second part of the certification booklet. Department, did you get the question or find the page and where we are? Yeah.
We have found the page, and I think I understand the question. So the differences between the
Thank
charts
you.
1 and 2. So page 1 is a tax rate history starting from fiscal year 21, just a breakdown of all the tax rates that have been in the past. And then page 2, we also give a comparison of all the different counties. So Honolulu, Hawaii, and Maui, and how we kind of compare by each county.
So when we compared it by county, what did we find out?
In certain classifications, such as apartment, we are lower than Honolulu. In commercial, we're a little lower. We just like to illustrate where we stack up compared to the different islands. It is a little harder because some of our classifications are different on all the different islands. For example, Honolulu has the residential A, Hawaii has the, they do have different tiers and different classifications. So it's just a comparison by county, so to illustrate what they do versus what we do.
So our tax rates, when you look at this graph, lower than the counties, as we've been told?
So the graph is just the tax rate over time that for only Maui County from 2021 to 2025 to 2026.
Yeah. So what's the purpose in putting the graph here? The orange graph, just for us to take a look, see how our tax rates differ?
Correct.
So there's some use to this. Okay, I get that. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chair Lee.
Thank you. Those are good questions because obviously if you look at Maui, the tax rate is so low, $1.88 per thousand, and even Kauai is $2.59. Oahu is $4. Big Island is $5.95. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, you're looking at the chart correctly.
There's kind of a big imbalance here. That's one note. The other question is, by the way, there's so much information over here. I don't know how anybody can remember what page, what color, whatever. But when you talked about the $7 million, as a result of the certification in deficit in a way. I don't know what you call it, deficit, but anyway, what page is that one on? Because I saw a page. And then after we get to that page, unless you already know it. So how many property owners were successful with their appeals? And how many were not? So how many people appealed?
Chair?
Yes.
So the appeals for this fiscal year were lodged by April 9th. And then beginning in June, we will start hearing appeals. But if you look at...
Or the appeals are for last fiscal year?
Okay, for the appeals for the last...
No, the 7 million is for when? 315 to 409.
Right. So those will be heard starting in June, those appeals. So they haven't been heard yet. They've just been lodged.
I see.
Yeah.
And how many appeals are there?
Okay.
So
The number of appeals was, you can see that on page 24. It's 1,009. And then we also have our appeal results from the prior year is on page 30 under Board of Review hearings.
How many is that?
So we had 851 appeals last year, and we were lucky enough to prevail in most of those, which resulted in 5.1 million in additional revenue. That was for the prior fiscal year. However, the hotels then escalated their appeals into tax appeal court, so then we would have to rehear those.
Okay, I'll come back to that because I ran out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Member Paulton, then Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Finance. In comparison to other counties, you don't, you only compare the rates and not like what the properties are actually assessed at. Because properties on Hawaii Island are assessed a lot lower. And I think even some of the hotels on Honolulu, so in raising the rates, they pay kind of comparable. Would that be a true statement?
Go ahead.
Yes, the taxes are a combination of assessed value and rate, and then also exemptions. So if you wanted to compare taxes paid, this chart wouldn't be a good chart to look at. That's just purely the rates.
And it's kind of reflected that we have the highest exemptions amongst the counties. Is that like our assessed values are generally speaking higher amongst the counties?
I can't speak to that off the top of my head, but if you go to the City and County of Honolulu real property tax page and you go to reports, they give the certification for all 4 counties, and I think it goes back to the 80s. So you can, if you wanted to dig in and look at what the average assessed values and taxes were, you could do that quite easily.
Cool, let's dig in. And then the last one I had, the statement that was made, the difference in what was projected and the certification was largely due to appeals and corrections made. But you said we won't be taking up appeals until in the future. So can you clarify how the corrections were made that affect the certification on the proposed budget? I wasn't clear on how that sausage gets made.
Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, so the period between, so we mail out assessment notices on March 15th. And until about April 1st, we have what's called an informal appeal period. And that's why we highly suggest that people call our office if they have questions. At that time, if we discover that we have made a mistake, we can fix that mistake, and then we renotice the taxpayer. So those are generally, they've made a mistake on the high side, so that will reduce the net taxable value. Then for appeals, the certification takes your gross assessment, it reduces it by the exemption, so it comes up with a net taxable value. Then it considers appeals lodged. So it reduces the certified for tax rate purposes value by 50% of the valuation on appeal. So that's where that reduction comes from. So if there are more appeals or larger appeals, it's going to reduce
The revenue.
the certified valuation for tax rate purposes. So it assumes that we would lose or win 50% of the appeals.
So like if we were to just bump it up to $100 in the third tier, you could bet everyone would appeal, and then we'd have to hold back 50%, and we really wouldn't be generating the revenue that we thought we would.
Well, the appeals are just value. You cannot appeal your rate. So, and the appeals are done. So they might appeal the following year, but they wouldn't be able to appeal their rate for this fiscal year.
Okay, so appeals are assessed value, not rate, but it would affect it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Johnson, followed by Member Rollins Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things this year, as you know, Director, is I'm going to be pushing for ag tiers, tiering our ag rates. I'll give you some numbers of what my thinking is, and I'd like to hear some feedback, but I also have some questions if you're okay with that. So we're certainly considering 3 tiers of agriculture, right? Tier 1 would be from up to 3.3 million at the rate of 5.74, which is presently exactly what it's at. Tier 2 would be from 3.3 million to 8.5 million, and we would use the number from conservation, which is $6.43, the same as conservation. And the top tier, tier 3, which is less than 10 units, I'll give you the number of actual parcels, but that is $8.35 at tier 3 from 8.5 million and more than 8.5 million at $8.35. And the reason why is that's $1 less than the Big Island ag rate. So we considered some of the data you gave was very useful comparing to other counties and where you'd be $1 under Big Island ag rates. So those are kind of the ballpark numbers. You know, of course, we're going to discuss this with the members, but I'd like to hear the department's opinion on using this kind of, what say you, Director?
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, once you've decided on your tier ranges, you will need to request for the Real Property Assessment Division to do the calculation for you, because of that adjustment for the 50% on appeal, it has to be done at the parcel level and then everything summed up. So that is going to be my advice to everyone, is that double check your calculations with us.
Okay. Yeah, we got to be correct. So the tier 3, just FYI for everybody, it's only 6 parcels we're discussing. You know, that's the very large landowner, very well off, and we're talking about off-island folks that don't live here. And the one thing that's really interesting is the total ag use and dedicate. There's so much of this land that isn't dedicated to ag, and they're not farming it. So we give them this very low rate and they don't dedicate the land. So that's something that I'm certainly considering when I'm looking at the rates. And the last question I have for you, Director, is why are cultural reserves being charged at ag rate? That's something that I found in the research. Is that true? Can you explain on that?
Do you have any specific examples that we can see?
In my research, I've found some. Maybe I'll have to do it in writing and get back to you. But
Yes, please do it in writing, and then we can get back to you and give you better details. Thank you.
Thank you. My time's up. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, great. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo. Aloha, Director and Ms. Stockwell. Mahalo for your presentation and mahalo for joining us at the Maui budget hearing. I know that the residents really appreciated you being there and speaking to the RPT assessments and answering any questions they had. And I look forward to welcoming you to Molokai soon so that our Molokai residents have the same opportunity to meet with you too. Okay, I wanted to ask a question about what is it called? Okay, so our rates for owner occupied, for example, a property assessed at $500,000 pays $360 in RPT, which comes out to 0.07%. An owner-occupied property valued at $20 million would pay $60,335 at FY25 rate. And so that comes out to 0.3%. Non-owner occupied, $500,000 assessed value would pay $2,935, and that's 0.59%. The legislature or some legislators will often criticize the counties for charging such low property tax rates, which has become attractive to those wanting to just buy up properties and leave it vacant. Will you please speak to how other places kind of aim for like 1% of the assessed value to generate their revenue?
Chair. Thank you. So if you Google, the national tax rates, and when we survey the tax rate kind of in the middle is about 1% of assessed value. That's the effective tax rate across the country. And we don't have the calculation here, but I think overall we're at about, of the assessed value, we're at about 0.7 or 0.8%. So we're a little under the 1% for our overall tax rate. I think when the state looks at our rates, they just look at the owner occupied. They don't look at all of the taxes. So I think when we compare to the other counties, I think we're quite high in terms of our average tax per parcel. It's just that because we have the classifications and the tiers and the tax relief, there is a low side, but then there's also a high side. Does that answer your questions?
Kind of. I broke it up by property value because to highlight not just like the overall property tax revenue that the county brings in, but specific values such as the $20 million property that pays 0.3% of an effective tax rate after doing the calculations of our tiers. And so I heard the bell. So I'll stop there and I'll come back around on my second round and then I can ask a follow-up question. Mahalo Chair, Mahalo Director, Mahalo Chair.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Member Cook, followed by Member Wu Hajans.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for being here with your expertise and helping us through this process. If you refer to page 1, tax rate history, and then afterwards we'll refer to page 2, tax comparison by county. Commercial and industrial have both been constant since FY21 to FY26 with no increase. And then cross-referencing to the other counties, ours appears to be the lowest. I understand from your previous statement that it depends on the value of the property and the rate, so it isn't, this tax rate comparison isn't exactly accurate, but could you give me some feedback on why those two categories are that rate and that they haven't changed over the last several years?
So that would be a policy decision based upon,
Okay, so thanks. So if I could ask for clarity, so like Costco, Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, shopping centers, those would all be commercial.
Correct.
And
Or industrial. Some of them are in the industrial
some of them are
as
industrial,
well.
but they would sort of straddle either one of those.
Yes.
Offhand, would you know what like the Costco parcels appraised at? It doesn't matter how much money they're making, the gross volume, does it? It matters basically the valuation of their property.
Correct. It's based upon assessed value.
Yeah.
I can look if you want me to and find out the assessed value. Yeah, I can look it up on the website if you'd like us to.
Well, okay. Do you have any comments on consequences of or opinions of increasing those?
Sure. So actually through from fiscal year 21 to 26, some of the rates actually for commercial and industrial have come down from 629 to 605 and 720 to 705. So it has been lowered from fiscal year 21 to 26.
Okay, I do see that. So actually, they've been lowered.
That is correct.
And so possibly because
Again, it's a
policy decision. Okay. That's all my questions right now. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you. Member Wu Hajans.
Thank you, Chair. Real quick, thank you for being with us. This book was amazing. It's so much information. I don't know how you guys are able to have this all in your brains, just floating. I always look at people and assume how they file all the information in their heads and what kind of file storage people have literally in their brains and how they recall information. This is impressive if you can recall it the way you do. For the city and county of Honolulu, can you please describe where I can find that information that you were kind of talking about, where we can compare everybody else's information? I'm curious, because they don't have apartment. Only us and Hawaii County has apartment, and ours is taxed completely differently, as what Mr. Crowley was saying. But that's an aside. That's more out of my curiosity. My question really is, what's the home exemptions for the other counties? And let me see, where's on page 19, where we look at the exemption amount, for quite some time it was at 200,000, and then for the last few years it's been at 300,000. But our assessed values have, in my opinion, gone up exponentially, but our exemption hasn't. And I know that we have the most generous exemption. However, when you consider our assessed values it maybe doesn't always line up. So what do you think about having some sort of incremental exemption as we have these increasing assessed values?
Okay. So on page 27 of the handout, the budget consideration portion, so the second half.
Okay.
We do have a breakdown of the
Okay, thank you.
amounts for the
Thank you,
home
I didn't see
exemptions.
this. This is what I mean about how do you store all this data? Okay. Okay, we do have the most generous, I do see that, but I think that goes back to why I wanted to see the assessed values. Can you tell me how I can find it on the Honolulu City and County website? It's not that easy to find.
Okay, so I think if you go to, is it real property tax?
Yep.
And then
State reports?
it's state reports, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I know right now we're talking about real property tax, but I think we must remember that those of us living in Hawaii, obviously, we have all sorts of taxes. This is just one. And this one might be considerably low, but nonetheless, it's just one. Like we had to do our state taxes, right? That was 6 days ago. That's when we all had to do our taxes. Our rates for our sewers went up. Our rates for waters went up. We have GE taxes. We have GET taxes. We are a very, very high taxed state. And while this is something that is quite low, it's not a bank account we haven't tapped into just yet. Obviously we are, and we have been, but I think we need to look at it cumulatively. I just listened to this whole podcast on Freakonomics and how people drip pricing, and it's cumulative. It adds up, and it adds up really quickly. But I'm done on my little rant. Thank you, Chair. That was great timing.
Was that Tamara's alarm?
Sorry, George. George was calling.
Oh, so you might have more time, Member Hudgens.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Chair?
Yes.
Yes,
have
tax incidence is extremely important to consider for your policy. Tax incidence is very important to consider for your policy. And that is a reason why we try to preserve the filing of the state of Hawaii income tax prior to receiving the home exemption, so that everyone is on an equal playing field for their tax incident. I know that comes up every year, and people who just move here are mad because they can't file for the home exemption. But when you look at it, the program as a whole, what people are paying, in all areas of state of Hawaii taxation, that's an important aspect. And it's also another important aspect to bring up to the state legislators, that we are the only county that makes sure that they are paying their state of Hawaii income taxes prior to giving them tax relief.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay. Thank you. Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair. And mahalo for the presentation. I guess my question was to Mr. Crowley's point, Director. Do you know how many short-term rentals are in the different tiers of the non-owner occupied?
There should be 0 properties in short-term rental in the non-owner occupied class. They should all be in
because
the
they would.
TVR STRH classification.
Got it. So they would fall under that one. Okay. Because to his point, I was wondering how majority of those are they valued above $1 million, Director? For those short-term rentals in the tier 1?
Thank
Do you see that a majority majority of them are below or above the $1 million?
So if you look on page 40 of the budget considerations, we did do value bands. So up to $1 million, there's about 5,300 parcels, and there's about 12,500 parcels in the TVR STRH class.
So lowering it, would it capture? Okay, I'll take a look at page 40. Okay. And then, Director, do we assess the different tiers using either the median or the average of the values?
Again, that would be a policy decision where you want to place your tiers. We haven't, in the past, it's about 85 to 90% are in tier 1, 7 to 8% are in the next tier, and about 2% are in tier 3. But again, that is a policy decision.
Okay, and then we could, I'm just trying to see if we could be, like the different tiers could either be at the median versus the average values. Yeah.
They could be.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question. Again, Mr. Crowley brought up, it's kind of interesting, right? He's talking about property owners who have multi-million-dollar homes, they have a long-term rental, and they're able to then lower their taxes. So do you have a comment regarding, it's going to be a policy decision, but he's talking about the range. Do you have a thought on it?
Again, I think that would be a policy decision. You know, we do have the value band starting from page 39 to 40, what is that, about 42, that can help guide you in decision-making policies.
Okay, page 39 to 40 on that second section, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I will look at it. I'm getting, can we have a timeout? Can we have recess? Is that what you want? Are you guys fine? I still have more rounds of questions, so perfect timing. Okay, I'm gonna call us back at, what do you need, like 10:45? Is that good for you guys? Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 10:55, and we are on round 2 of questions for RPT. It is almost 11. I'm trying to break for lunch at a reasonable time. Well, one member has to leave by noon for important. No need. Okay, noonish. Okay, that's important stuff. I know. Okay. So this is 2 minutes. Member Kama, Lee, Paulton, Johnson, Rollins, Fernandez, Cook, Hodgins, Sinensi. Go ahead. Member Kama.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you. So this is for finance. And what would it take to give the total assessed value by tiers for the tiers that was suggested by Tom Crowley?
Got that?
Thank you. If you can put that request in writing to us, we can get that to you.
Okay.
Okay. So Member Kama, you
Thank you, Chair.
okay, you're done. All right, Member Lee. Member Lee is coming back. Member Paulton.
I kind of was discussing a little bit during the break, but I did want to get it on record about, this stack of papers in response to Member Johnson's question. There's ag use and non-ag use, but it would all be taxed under ag class, is what you're saying, whether it's in ag use or not ag use?
Yes, correct. They would all be taxed at the ag classification.
And then if there was a house on the ag land and say somebody wasn't living in it, the whole property would be taxed at non-owner occupied?
That is correct. They would be go to that non-owner occupied tax classification rate.
And if they were living in it, then the whole entire property, whether there was farming going on it or not, would be taxed at owner occupied?
Correct.
Okay, I guess previously I thought it was just the house that would be taxed at owner occupied or non-owner occupied. But then if it's ag land with a house on it, is it still assessed as an ag property, or is it assessed as a owner occupied, like a residential property, like the assessing of it?
It would be assessed among comps similar to it, so with a residential property on top of it.
Because I mean, like, if I had a residential property on 10 acres, I imagine the assessed value would be quite higher than a residential property on 3,000 square feet.
I guess location would depend upon location and what type of property. So we would have to do some research if you wanted to compare the two.
Chair, is it okay to ask that question in writing?
Yeah, you got that question in writing? Okay, they got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Johnson, we're doing 2 minutes, yeah? The second round. Thanks.
Okay, Chair, I'll be quick because my question has been answered. I want to thank the department for joining us today. When we decide, a lot of the responses are going to be, it's a policy question, it's a policy's responsibility. One thing this body should consider, members, is that the Governor Josh Green's tax cuts are now going to be starting in effect this year, right? Largest tax cuts, income tax cuts in our state's history from 2024 to 2031. So state taxes will be cut pretty heavy, as well as the federal tax cuts that we know are going to be coming down the pike, right? I know rich are going to get a lot of tax breaks this year from the Trump tax cuts. So in that context, that's the water we swim in, members. And I just want to add that. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez, followed by Member Cook.
Mahalo. Okay, so I want to get this question out of the way. For appeals, our process is to set aside half the value of the value of the appeals that come in until it's resolved. After it's resolved, for any money that's not spent on, paying a property owner that may have won the appeal, does that money get recognized as carryover savings for the next fiscal year?
Department.
Thank you, Chair. So if the county prevailed above what was budgeted, that would be unbudgeted revenue for that fiscal year. And if it wasn't spent, yes, it would be carryover savings in the following year.
Mahalo for saying it much more concise than I did. Okay. So I wanted to go back to my questions in the first round. And I know not everywhere, in America does property taxes the way that we do. And and I think after going to IAAO with you folks, one of the really striking things that I learned was that only Hawaii and Delaware or somewhere has home rule regarding assessments. The American states have the state central assessments, and so we're unique in that way. In Chicago and the surrounding suburbs, their property taxes, their effective tax rate ranges between 9 to 13%. And the surrounding suburbs is like 5 to 9% effective rate. And that has served as a deterrent for offshore, out-of-state buying up of properties. And just to clarify, I'm not proposing increasing the rates on anything below like $5 million. But those with like $20 million properties really need to be paying more. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Followed by Member Cook, Uhajan Senensi, and then Chair Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to whoever wants to answer. The TVR short-term class count by value in council district in South Maui District, there are, page 40. Thank you. Greater than 15 million, there's 25. Are those like the hotels that have CPR'd? I'm curious how many, or if you're familiar off the top of your head with the types of properties that are over $15 million that are CPRs. Are those more like hotel type things, or are they houses? Should I put it in writing?
No. So, per Maui County Code 3.48.305, hotels are defined. So there could be some smaller operations. I think it's less than.
I guess maybe I'm confused. I was thinking that one of the challenges with putting tiers in hotels was that it was inspiring them to CPR.
So they wouldn't be, those properties wouldn't be in the TVR class.
They're
Those
still
properties,
hotels?
yeah, they would still be in the hotel class.
So we just
But there could be some smaller hotel-type operations in the TVR class. hotels have 8 or more lodging or dwelling units and employ more than 20 full-time persons. So if somewhere only had 6 units and only employed 2 people, they would be in the TVR class.
I guess because there's, I don't know, maybe 40 units that are over $12 million. So I just wanted to know if we targeted those more higher units with a tier or with a rate, who would it be affecting? I can put it in writing. Thank you.
Oh, department, do you have an answer?
Well, there's no need to put that in writing. They're just going to be property owners who own these very expensive properties, probably oceanfront.
So they could just be oceanfront properties that are transient vacation rentals.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Uhajans, followed by Member Sinensi, then Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like I have so many questions that are more curiosity, like, oh, this is interesting, than like real budget questions. But to keep it strictly budget related, majority of the claims for appeals, they argue their classification. Is that right? They argue
No,
their
they're
value?
mostly arguing value.
And how does that, what is their main issue? And then what is our argument to defend against it? Because you said we won like 50%. And what do we do? How can we I don't know, cut down on some of the appeals if possible? Without just giving away classifications.
Well, we don't really look at it as a goal of cutting down appeals because it is people's right to appeal.
Sure.
And we want to be correct. And appeals serve as important oversight if they're not frivolous.
Okay.
So first, like I said, between March 15th and April 9th, you call us, we talk, we give you all of our data, you give us your data. And at that point, if we agree to disagree, at that point you can file your appeal. Then you make your presentation to the Board of Review, and then we make our presentation. We say we use these sales to value your property. And then that independent board then makes the decision. Then if the taxpayer or the county doesn't agree with that decision, then we can escalate to tax appeal court. But it's a very, well, it's not fun. It's a very important process, and it's a due process for the taxpayers.
And their main issue is just the valuation of their property, which they're being taxed at.
Chair, well, you can also appeal denial of an exemption. And you can appeal classification. So you can appeal the different aspects of your assessment. And some of those items are law, it's a yes or no, but then when it comes to valuation, it's an appraisal.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Member Sinensi, followed by Lee.
Hello, Chair. And I think I heard you say that the majority of the appeals were from the hotel class. And I do see on pages 43 and 44, you have the different hotels. Are you, and it looks, can you explain the percent of levy? And are you comparing that to other hotels similar to our municipality?
So page 43 and page 44, we're referencing the top 10 real property taxpayers and their assessed values. So as you can see, ocean resorts, villas, vacations, the timeshare, they pay the most in property taxes, and that would be just their assessed value divided by the taxes would get their percentage of levy. And again, you can see that their assessed value, they're the highest in the assessed value as well.
Okay, thank you. And then are you comparing some of these hotels to, say, for instance, in city and county of Honolulu, as far as rates and stuff?
We could, but not currently, no.
There anything I should be taking out of, there's a lot of information here. So I'm just kind of wanting to see what kind of readable information we could get out of these 2 pages, if there are any.
Thank you, Chair. So this is just general information. It's just letting you know who our principal taxpayers are. And as you can see, almost all of them except for number 10 is more than one parcel.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Chair Lee, 2 minutes.
Thank you. You mentioned some of the reasons for the successes with the appeals. What are the reasons for our losses to the appeals? And don't tell me it's a policy decision.
If value is reduced on an appeal, that means that the taxpayer prevailed, and it's not an all or nothing. The final value is decided by the Board of Review. So, yeah, just the taxpayer was able to provide evidence that convinced the Board of Review that they were overassessed.
Is that the 1,009 cases, or was it the 851?
So the 1,009 is the amount of appeals that are for the next fiscal year, 25 to 26. And then the 800, that was how many we prevailed in for the last fiscal year.
Oh, so there were 1,600 appeals, and then 851, we were successful. You said 50%, so if there were 851 for this current, 24, 25,
Okay,
you only
so-
gave us 5,000 numbers. I just checking on one of them.
Okay, so those are appeals that resulted in unbudgeted revenue that we won. That's where that 851 came from, and was it $5 million? But some of those appeals are now in tax appeal court.
Okay, no, my question was, 851 appeals represents 50% or 100% of the appeals filed?
So the 851 are just the appeals where we won unbudgeted revenue for. In all, we had much more appeals.
Okay, because you said you were running at 50%, right, of wins and wins.
Chair, so the code provides that we make adjustments for 50% of the value on appeal. So in other words, it reserves the revenue based upon us winning 50% of the appeals.
Okay, thank you
So we
very
would
much.
net
I didn't
zero at
understand a word you
50%.
said, but
Yes.
but I'll tell you what, I'll check with you privately, okay? Thank you.
Great. All right, so that was our second round, and I'm gonna assume that we got our questions answered. And members, by 4 o'clock today, any of you may have any recommendations for what the real property discussion is gonna be, can you submit it in writing to OCS staff so they can compile it? And any other questions you might have? I'm going to defer this. We can always come back to it
Chair.
if need be. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I don't understand what your request is for us to bring back to the committee.
So
what are you asking us for?
What if any of you have, like Member Johnson's talking about, he wants to have different tiers for his RPT, to submit it in writing so that the staff will get it and compile it. It'll be then transparent for everybody to have, and we will transmit it to real property tax so they could, have any thoughts, we can discuss it. We are going to probably discuss this on Friday after we go through all of Bill 41 and whatever bills, and we start talking about, what the impact of the taxes are going to be to our budget that we're trying to pass. So today by 4 o'clock, if any of you have RPT rates, tiers that you would like to suggest, the rates will happen once we're done with our budget. So please do submit it to our OCS staff, and then they will compile it and submit it to finance for further discussion.
Okay, so to clarify, you're just asking if we have different ranges to submit that to the committee after we return from our lunch break, just the ranges, not the rates.
Yeah, we won't know rates, so.
And we're not going to discuss it. We're just going to submit it in writing and then transmit it to RPT for them to prepare.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mahalo for that clarification.
Okay, very good. So no other questions. So members, thank you very much, RPT. Oh, Member Paulson has a question.
If somebody CPR'd ag land and they built a house on each of the CPR'd ag lands, and so one is a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom, whatever, and the other one is a 5-bedroom, 5-bathroom, whatever, and it says on here that the building value on the 5-bedroom, 5-bathroom is 0, and it's included in the ag things. Is that something is wrong?
So it could be new construction that hasn't started yet.
From 2020?
Oh, we would need to look at that then if we don't have that building on our accounted for.
I mean, it's in maps that it was built, but under the building value, it says 0. And then it says the 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom is owner occupied, but the overall parcel has an Occidental, California address.
You probably want her to submit that individually.
Yes, please submit that.
Okay, I'll
Chair?
Yes.
It doesn't need to be submitted in writing. If you have a question on a parcel, you can just email our office and we'll look at it.
Okay, I think I emailed you the first portion of it, but as I dug deeper, there's like some more additional concerns.
Okay, any more questions, Member Paulson?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you very much, Real Property Tax. You're amazing. This booklet is amazing. Lots of information. So thank you very much again. The community, it is on Granicus, and you can find it online. And if you have questions, call RPT. What is your phone number? You're very accessible.
808-270-7291.
Thank you. And yeah, I also appreciate that you made yourself available to come to our residency area meetings, and you even helped us clean up. So thanks a lot, Carrie. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Marcy. All right, so thank you very much, RPT, Finance, awesome job. So members, I wanted to know if you had anything to discuss regarding transit accommodation tax, TAT, GET, or fuel tax. No? Okay. I did want to, okay, Member Cook first, and I just want to bring up TAT, GET.
So could you clarify that if we had questions about the GET, those taxes?
Yeah, if you want to discuss it.
Yeah, well, I was curious, like, it's estimated, And is that going to change at all? Are we going to get any other information to work with that? It seems like it's been last year kind of,
Carryover
I won't say
savings.
lowballed, but the estimate was low. It came in quite higher. And that seems to be funds that could be incorporated into our ask.
Okay, so Dr. Seth Colby, who came to talk to us on March 31st, our first day of meetings, and he sent to us a letter. We sent him a letter asking him about the GTTAT estimates that the administration gave, and he sent a reply on March 12th. March 12th, Council of Revenue's forecast, and he was saying that Maui's TAT collection to be estimated, I guess, 75 million, as well as G collections to be 86 million for fiscal year 26. And currently, the proposed budget has TAT revenues of 65 million, which is 10%, $10 million less than what Dr. Colby said, and the GT revenues is 70 million versus what the estimate would be, which is 86 million for fiscal year 26. So that's Dr. Colby, who spoke to us on March 31st, and this was his response to our question. Okay.
My apology. Could you repeat that? I mean, I can look at the letter, but you said 75 million
Yeah.
versus 65, and then it was 86 million versus 70?
Yes, you're right.
Okay.
So the administration in this budget has for TAT revenue 65,000 and GET is 70. And Dr. Colby was saying that probably the collection is going to be higher.
75 and 86 substantially higher. Okay. So, Chair, how does that fit in with our determinations?
Okay, so attorneys, can you tell us about that? I mean, I had a question about that too, right? Because the estimates are off. Is it Mr. Hanano or is it Ms. Kawasaki? I mean, I can think of what to do with it, but.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that question, Chair, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we're trying to consider something that's not in the proposed FY25 budget by the mayor, based on estimates from Dr. Colby. I'm not sure how that would fit into the council's determination.
You want us to come back and ask after lunch, maybe?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Okay, can do that.
No.
Oh.
Chair.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Yeah.
Mahalo, Chair. I would just like to caution us that these are all estimates, and the real RPT certification showed that we're $7 million
short.
We're short $7 million. Yeah. So I just want us to, that everyone has opinions on what the projections will be, and I support a more conservative estimate. And then if we get more than we estimate, then that's wonderful. And then, but if we overestimate and then we end up short, it's really hard for the administration to make up for a shortfall mid-fiscal year. So I just needed to add that. Mahalo, Chair. And then Member Kama was asking, I think Member Kama had her hand up.
Thank you. Member Kama.
Actually, I was trying to get Chair to recognize you to answer.
Oh, mahalo, Member Kama.
Thank you. Member Paulton.
Thank you. And the tax guy's response also said that it doesn't take into effect the fire situation, right, too? And then also in the projection, we don't know what could happen. Like if we projected in 2023, whatever we projected, we didn't predict that fire. And so then the revenues were down. So I also am supportive of a conservative estimate because nobody can tell the future, especially with tariffs and whatnot and the administration in charge. Like it's even more difficult to project the future than it normally is.
Yeah, we have a lot of interesting challenges. All right, members, so I just wanted that discussion out because we did have Dr. Colby here and he did respond. So I wanted the community to know this discussion because as you know, as we go along, we always have these budget this carryover savings, right? It keeps on flowing and flowing and the budget amendments, and this is a source. All right, so anything else you want to say regarding this?
Chair.
Who is that? Oh, Member Paulton, was that you?
Yeah. We did receive a handout, just recently.
Oh.
And,
I will.
did you wanna?
Okay, I'll do that
Okay.
before we do the general budget provisions, which is part of Bill 41. I'm trying to proceed with that. So all of you got this calendar, which basically talks about Decisions Week and kind of estimate, what departments we could possibly take up per day. And so this is a schedule. It says subject to change, right? So it depends on how fast we get done with each day. And then the survey that was done by the OCS staff, and we did everything online. Last year and years past, we actually mailed out postcards to households for responses, and the postcards came back, and then OCS did the calculation. So this is this other document that you received talks about the 393 responses that we received. And the deadline was April 18, 2025 at 3:00. And it talks about what the community has to say about what the priorities would be for the budget, for our budget. And it also breaks it down by our residency area. So this is, interesting information. And I guess the top of the list from what I see is water resources is at 4.3%, affordable housing and is at 3.9%, public safety 3.9%, roads, bridges, and drainage 3.9%, social and healthcare services is 3.8%, open space, restoration of the natural environment, 3.7%, refuse and wastewater, 3.7%, parks and recreation, 3.5%, preservation of land, culture, and traditions, 3.4%, audit of county departments and programs, 3.3%, public transport station, I guess that should be, is 3.3%, and nonprofit funding is 3.2%. And economic development, small business promotion is 3.2, culture and arts program is 3.0. So this is for your information, and if you turn the back pages, it'll have more information of comments as well as the tallies that were per district. Kind of interesting. Member Paulton.
The percentages that you're reading, is that out of 100 or is it out of a 5-point scale?
Member Paulton, there's no percentages. It's an average score with someone who chooses not to respond not being included in the overall average.
And what is the range that they can give? Is it 1 to 5?
Yes, the survey offered options from 1 to 5 or no response.
So it's not 4.3%, it's 4.3 out of 5 is the average?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Okay. And if you look on the back pages, it's kind of interesting because it has comments also. So thank you very much for putting this together. I do like that we got away from doing mailers and having to tally the cards when it came back, and just information, members. We did get a lot more responses from this. Thank you. So thank you, the crew that worked on this and watched it. I also want to thank Jen from my office also who helped with this. Kate, so I'm going to put that away. And so
Chair, question.
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
Question.
Yes, Member
is that on Granicus or did you all send it out in our emails?
Oh, you didn't
the revised calendar.
Member Kama, the revised calendar is item number 197 and the budget priorities survey report is 198.
I'll go get it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's what's hard about when you're not here, right? And we passed out paper, so you got it. Thank you very much for asking the question. All right, so I'm going to continue on with Bill 41, General Budget Provisions, and I'm going to ask our legislative attorney, Peter Hanano, to take recommendations of possible revisions to the document. So if you look in your budget, Bill 41 book, you will find the general budget provisions, and these are the provisions that will guide us through budget and the administration once we pass this. Okay, so Mr. Hanano, you want to?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we took a look at the general budget provisions for this budget FY26, and we basically looked at all the provisions, and part of the analysis was comparing it to last year's one to see if there are any amendments or changes. We also looked at possibly maybe amending or adding some to this year's general budget provisions. So I'll just go over a couple of noteworthy sections or items that you guys can consider in determining what you want to have as your final budget provisions. So the first one is on page 35, and that is section 18. And that's basically, part of the provision in that section is dealing with the limit for the transfers and loans. And I think we've considered a bill before recently, I think it was Bill 17, to raise this amount to 150 million, I believe. So here, normally there's just one provision, but here there's two. So the first one is aggregate amount of transfers and loans that are unreimbursed must not exceed 175 million until August 31st, 2025, and then beginning the next month, September 1st, 2025, the aggregate amount of transfers and loans that are unreimbursed must not exceed 100 million. So it initially, is 175, and then it adjusts down to 100 million. My understanding is because they're going to float the bond later on this year, and so after they float it, then it's going to come back down to 100 million. Okay, so that's that one.
Okay. Members, anybody have questions regarding that? Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I had a budget provision to add, but they were saying that that is kind of the way they interpreted it, and so I just wanted to get it on the record just in case, because if it's in writing. But what I turned in writing was if I line itemed anything or provisoed anything or conditioned anything with a statement of up to so much to so and so, it wouldn't prevent them from applying and receiving competitive grants in any other category. And they said that's how they operate it unless we specify, I'm line iteming this, and so they shouldn't apply for any other. And so I just wanted to get that on the record, that's the assumption I'm going on without adding it in writing, because that's what they said. And so if anybody at line item goes for a competitive pot, applies and receives it, there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, very good. So you got that on record.
Okay, so yeah, along. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Chair Lee, have a question?
Go ahead, but I was just going to say we should still have that specific language for clarity anyway. Even if it's understood, but people change.
Okay.
Yes, and that's for the council's decision whether they want to include that or not. And we have a provision that we want to propose if that's the case. Yeah.
For that. Okay. Next.
Okay. So the other one was on page 38, section 21. And that, my understanding is that, I mean, I don't like the language of it because there's assumptions or presumptions in there that whatever is submitted, even though it's not finally passed, is going to presume that it's passed. My understanding is that this provision was in there to basically help, when they're submitting budget amendments, and sometimes there's a whole bunch of them, and then the numbers might get a little off depending on the timing of when each bill is passed. So this was kind of put in there to kind of account for that. I don't, the language could be revised, but that's all. In this section, this is already required. The bills that are submitted are supposed to reflect the actual balances. And my understanding is that, if, let's say, a bill passes first reading, from time it passes first reading to second reading, the numbers will be adjusted to reflect the actual numbers based on the prior order of the bills passing. So that's what 21 is.
So you're suggesting to delete it?
That would be my suggestion on this.
Anybody have, sorry. Yeah. Anybody have questions? Member Hodgins.
Did you not say you would change the language, or what would you rather it say, or delete it?
I would just recommend deleting it because really it doesn't provide anything that's not already required by the process to be done.
Okay. Does it hurt if we leave it in?
It does, in a sense that it's ambiguous because it presumes that the bill is already passed when it's not.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, based on that, I would not recommend having that provision in.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anybody else have questions regarding that? Okay, so that would be on page 38, section 21 to delete.
Yes.
Next, can you talk about page 37?
And then the page 37?
Section to the CIP report.
Is that under what subsection is that?
Within 45 days after the end of each year, the managing director must submit to the county council a report of all CIP projects for which an appropriation has been made that includes a brief description of the status of each project and the estimated start and completion date. That I think that this is where members can add in what they want in the report, and I think OCS had some comments regarding that. James, you were working on this? What to be in the CIP report?
Yes, Chair, that's correct. So just for the members' attention, we receive quarterly CIP reports from the administration, but between departments, the reporting can be, it's not all similar. Some departments report things a little differently. So for the body's consideration, they could amend this section to specify what information needs to be included in the reports. And that way, maybe we could achieve a bit more uniformity with those reports. Anyway, just for the body's consideration. Thank you, Chair.
So James, so the body will have something to consider. Can you put that list together, what is recommended? I know you're working on it. And then we can have the members look at it. And the way that the reports come in, DEM was cited as, probably the most comprehensive and easy to understand. And other departments were kind of more vague and not as structured. So James, could you provide that to us when we come to decisions, when we vote on the bill? Okay. All right. Is there anything else?
Just one last one, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. So the final one is to basically track or account for the $1.6 billion CDBG DR grant funding from the federal government. And so we drafted a provision, probably gonna have to add it on as a new section, but basically it's to require the mayor's office or administration to provide reports on the grant. So what we did was we included things like proposed uses of the funds, actual encumbrances and expenditures of the fund. And also, I think under the grant, they're required to provide a quarterly report to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. So we're gonna include that as part of the requirement in this subsection, that they would have to include that on a quarterly basis.
Okay. Shirley?
Do we add our comments now?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so, Peter, could you add something that requires them to provide any additional funds that they'll be using along with the DR funds? I just want to make sure there's no duplication with general funds or other funds that we thought was going to be used elsewhere. So if they can let us know that if they're going to use other funds besides DR funds or addition to, that be noted. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We'll include that in the proposed provision. Thank you, Chair.
We also, just kind of connected to this, we did ask the administration by letter to send us a copy of the action plan once it's completed, so that we'll have that, so we know, what kind of projects they're looking at or what the funds are going to be used for.
That's a good idea, that part of the requirement be, how does that relate to the action plan? Yeah.
Member Paulton.
Yeah, and just kind of along that line, I know that most of the projects are, the action plan is under the Office of Recovery, but a lot of the answers that we had heard during this past budget session was, because of the fire, and I'm not saying it's an excuse, it's a reason, it's a legit reason, but we weren't able to get to the communities, facilities, district study. We weren't able to do these things, and then we have an action plan with all these projects, which I know is under the Office of Recovery, which is under the Office of Management, but I imagine that the various departments are gonna assist within their scope, like for example, the permanent debris storage or whatnot. And so I think that needs to be taken into account when we see the volume of CIP, if we're gonna come back next year and say, oh, well, we had this fire and we had these action plan items and we only have so much capacity and we have so many vacancies in like the level 5s of all the categories, which would have been beneficial to accomplish all the projects that we want and need to do. But money is not the only limiting capacity to take into account. And if we're not aware of the entirety of the scope of the action plan actions that this county is going to be taking, even with the assistance of consultants, where it could be that we're throwing money at projects and things that we don't have the capacity workforce to accomplish, as we heard in this past budget cycle when we were asking questions.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Mr. Hanada, do you have anything else?
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to that original question about whether or not Dr. Colby's projections, how that would affect the budget. So basically, because in order for the council has to submit a balanced budget, and in order for the council to adjust, let's say in this case, the revenues that the mayor projected, they would have to have a rational basis in order to do that. And of course, like the chair mentioned, Dr. Colby's projections are higher than what the mayor projected. So the question becomes, can the council consider Dr. Colby's projections? Do we have to go with the mayor's projections, somewhere in between? I think because Dr. Colby is a tax and research planning officer for the state, who, I'm assuming relies on very reliable information in his projections, that would be a rational basis for the council to recognize or consider, his projections into the deliberations of the FY26 budget. So it's up to the council, how much they want to either adjust the mayor's projections based on Dr. Colby's projections, or just base it on what the mayor proposed. So essentially, it's up to the council to decide. But you are free to consider it because it comes from a reliable source, and it's based on a rational basis for the consideration of it.
Okay, thank you very much. So we can take it up at the appropriate time. So members, does that, yes, who was that?
I would just say
Oh,
that.
Member Paulton.
Thank you. In his response, he did say these estimates do not take into account the sluggish performance of Maui relative to the rest of the island since the 2023 wildfires, which would lower the collection forecast. So I do feel that in terms of the effects of the wildfire on the forecast, the mayor is more of an expert on that than Mr. Colby is.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So I'm going to move forward on this, and we will vote on this at the appropriate time. Member Johnson, you have something?
Councilmember Kama's hands up.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Member Kama.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Johnson. So, when the appropriate time comes, somebody's going to have to implement the plan, right? I don't think Office of Recovery, I think they might have to hire consultants to do that. And will we be able to know who those consultants are and when they put out the RFP and those kinds of things?
So this is a question on how would the action plan be implemented? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's a question for management that we can send forward, but I believe those would go out for RFP, and I don't know if they did it already. They did. Okay. Thank you.
I don't know.
We'll jot that question down and, I'm sorry, what? You want me to take some time?
Apologies, Chair. Could staff confer with you about that real quickly? Just like 1 minute recess.
Okay.
Apologies about that.
11:49, 11:50. Okay, we are almost ready to go to lunch, but I wanted to just make some few announcements. 12 o'clock today, your district conditions are due, right, regarding the residency areas. And so I call it the $140,000 pot, right? So that's due today. Please submit it to staff. And your discussion that I know you want to have, or expanding it, is not part of this because we're at the 140 that we were assigned from the beginning when the budget was.
Okay, so that wouldn't be part of budget provisions?
We wouldn't have that amount because we haven't decided if it's going to change. But right now it's 140,000 per residency area. So please send forward what your request would be by noon today. And member Kama, sorry, we're not going to send any more follow-up questions to the department, but we are looking for a response for you on the action plan and, the process. I think was one of the questions forward, so we'll get that to you, or you can call the managing director's office directly if you want. So if you have any real property tax questions, or if, that discussion that we had this morning, that's due by 4:30 this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Does it matter to you guys?
4:30 is fine, Chair.
4:30 is fine? Okay, for real property tax. And staff passed out, did you already pass it out? Oh, can you pass it out? Okay, so this is what you submitted last week, and these are the conditions that you wanted, for the different areas. And it's a consolidated list. Thank you, OCS staff, for working on it. So it's your priorities, your personal priorities, and they have compiled it so that you can see what everybody requested. So the matrix that you worked from, you provided the information about where you are going to be conditioning or adding funding. And it's residency area, countywide, grant conditions, and Appendix A, which is conditions for that. So the list that you have that was just given to you is consolidated with all the members. So you can spend lunch and look at this so you can become familiar about where there may be some duplications as we go forward. What I am planning on doing is when I take up the departments, when I call up a particular department like Ag, we'll go through all the standard, things that are in the budget. And if any of you have a condition related to, well, this is not the sheet, but if you have a condition related to Ag, I'll call on you so that you can explain it and the members can hear, what you want to do. So that's how we will move forward. Staff, did I miss anything?
Okay. No, nothing further to add, Chair.
Okay. Okay.
Member Comment, I have questions.
Okay. Member Fernandez. Oh,
Thank you.
okay. Member Kama.
So where do we get a copy of what you just spoke about, all of our budget parties?
Consolidated. Did we email it to them?
Chair, yes, but we're proceeding to email it out as well.
Okay, they're going to email it to
thank
you.
you.
Okay. Sorry, so hard when you're not here. Member Senenci and Rollins Fernandez and Kama. Everybody else is in the chambers. All right, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo. Okay, I just want to clarify what you said. We're going to go over the entire consolidated matrix of priorities after we get back from lunch?
So if you can look at it to become familiar with what you wrote versus what the other members are. And when I do take up, one thing is that if there are duplications, so if I had whatever.
Got it. Okay, that's fine. So you just mean the
duplications?
duplication?
One of them. Yeah, the duplications, we can then decide what we want to do. Now, members, in the past, what we did is, and if you can think about this, if there's a duplication, I think Member Senenci and I may have a duplication. And if he wants to change his, then, we can talk about it on the floor. But just for us to be transparent, we'll talk about it on the floor. And, okay, anybody else have questions?
Okay, but we're not going to go over the entire spreadsheet, only duplications and how we want to proceed with any potential duplications.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Mahalo.
But we will take up each single one when we take up the department, and that, at that time, then you can, talk about why you did it and what you want to do. And the members can, concur or not.
Right.
And have a discussion.
That was the clarification I was seeking.
All right.
Mahalo.
So it is now 11:59, and we will come back at 1:30, members? Okay. We'll take a recess and come back for lunch at 1:30. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It's 1:39. Thank you, members. I hope you had a chance to look at the documents that were passed out, your OED grant amounts. Let's see. Members, welcome back. Thank you for submitting your residency area conditions on time to allow staff to compile and verify the information in the conditions. Staff will verify with DCCA, Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, listed names for organizations. And if the amount is revised, any conditions due tomorrow, you want it by 4:30? 8 still? You want it by 8? Wrong one. 4:30? If we do change it. Okay, we can talk about it if it does change. Chair Lee.
Yeah. Well, I propose that we increase it by 110,000, so 250.
250, oh, interesting. Okay, anybody else have any suggestions? So this would be an OED, increase the pot is what you're saying from 140 to 250, but keep it in OED.
Well, if that happens, then, you know, I'm not opposed to adding a couple more positions in OED then, if that's the case.
Oh, I think OED asked us to add a position to do these grants, I guess. I don't know. It's up to you guys. We're talking about more money. So, Member Paulton, any comments?
What it is, but I'm not gonna look for a lot of cuts. So, and I have other big ticket priorities.
Thank you. So you're saying leave it, correct? All right. Member Johnson, or you have a thought?
Sure. We'll go down the line. That's fine. We should all have a say on our districts. I appreciate other members adding. I would support Chair Lee's proposal. I was gonna just round it up with 60K to make it a 200K, but certainly I would go up to what she proposed, and those are my 2 cents. Thank you, Chair.
Equate to more work. So I just wanted to remind this body of that comment that we received. I support Chair Lee's proposal for 250 and would support more.
Okay. Member Cook? Oh, we didn't finish?
She got cut off.
Oh, Member Rawlings, is she frozen? Oh, no. Did you?
I would support 300,000.
Okay.
I would support leaving it where it is in my district funds. We've worked diligently to support things, and they've been challenged to meet the criteria at times. I think our leaving it where it is sort of setting the tone for the budget, for the council on this budget, not increasing unless necessary. There is a lot of big ask forthcoming, so I would vote for leaving it the way it is.
Okay. Member Hodgins and Member Simmons.
And we keep it small. We follow the what previous member Carol did for some of the nonprofits, and also just in light of some of these nonprofits have matching or federal funding that may have been cut in light of the federal cuts due to diversity, inclusion, which hits directly our small communities. They might, they wouldn't have some of those federal fundings that they apply for. So, I mean, having that extra would kind of give our small communities some leverage to survive without the federal cuts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Kama, I think I did not call on you.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I would be in support of raising the district funds only because I think that year after year, the same people come all the time, and we don't get opportunities here to hear from the new people who start coming. Like this year, we heard a lot of new orgs that came through during our budget, and if they're not ready and they're not a 501, take some time to prepare for things like that. And I'd like to be able to see more than just the usuals that come to to us and ask for money for support. So I'm supporting increasing. Thank you, Chair.
Question is then how much? Member Johnson.
Chair, I'm curious, I know, there's a history to this pot of money, but why does it have to be universal? Some districts are requiring more, have higher needs. If Chairley needs 250K and Councilmember Uhajas only needs 150K, then let's do it that way. Why is it we have this number that we all must be? Fairness is not that everybody's number is the same, is that the needs are met and community has different needs. I mean, and as far as like the administration, I would think they would love that idea because it's not a straight across the board, right? I mean, if it's a workload balance, maybe I'm curious of why we do it that way. Does anybody know? I don't know.
So there's a history for this pot.
Yeah.
It was first nothing, of course. And then it was only for Lanai, Molokai, and Hana, those areas. And then I think Makawao was added on. And I think it started like at 60,000 and then it grew and it kind of has been here for as long as I've been here. It's been 140. And they added on, the other councils because maybe Shirley was on the council, I'm not sure, but.
Oh, we had 0 at that time.
Yeah. Yeah, so it grew over time with the different bodies, but I think that, we as responsible members of our community, right, we have different projects that we hear about that maybe this small pot can help. And the bigger stuff that come up is like what Member Paulton said, we have, which is what we're going to take up next. I think initially maybe this was an added little good thing to happen over time. But as time has gone on and all of you have been, very experienced in figuring out how to help your community, I think you have, but with the bigger pots, So, excuse me, Chair Lee.
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. As Member Johnson suggested, it could be separate, our needs are different. But when you're faced with a $1.6 billion budget, and we're council members who are equally responsible for that budget, and what we get to show for it is $140,000 to our community, I don't think that's fair. I just don't. And secondly, when the mayor put his budget together, that was last year. He started from last year and then finished this year. We have the most recent information. We have the most relevant information. And I think, which is different from what he received months ago. So
allocating money. It's just that I don't necessarily think it's allocating money. It's just that I don't necessarily think it's fiscally responsible all the time. We do have $140,000 to spend just in OED, but we do have all these priorities that we just got. I don't know how many pages of priorities, 27 something pages of priorities that do reflect obviously our priorities, as it's called, that we want in the budget. So it's not necessarily only, in my head, the mayor's budget, but ours as well, especially when it comes to us. So if we wanted to raise it, I wouldn't necessarily have an issue.
Thirsty person is little straw, because the process to get the grants is so hard. So to have that baked in there, I think would really help my community. But that would mean I would have to cut somebody on that little 140 pot. And to cut somebody, to Chair Lee's point, in a $1.X amount of $1 billion budget, that doesn't make sense to me. Let's raise it a little bit because the cost of everything is going up. If I'm reading the vibe of the room and it sounds like the 250K to Chair Lee sounds a little bit high, so can we move up? I'd like to hear some proposals because I don't want to cut somebody. I'll give you an example. It's random, but
that things are changing and things are more expensive. Like I think they want to do drones I think that's great. I think that's probably safer. And it is more expensive, but they can obviously reuse it and it's safer for us. I'm not against going up a little bit, like you said, but I don't necessarily have a proposal. I like your 200,000. That's not too bad. It's quite reasonable, but I hear you. Things are way more expensive than what it was the entire time Member Sugimura has been here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Member Paulton, did you have your hand up first? I'm not sure. Or
I
then
was
Member
gonna
Cook.
say, I'm not supportive of him using 40 grand to teach someone how to do the OED. That's actually OED's job, and they should be, like, I would pitch a fit, like, everybody else can go in and get the training or whatever. They need to be coming to Lanai. They have that whole Holomua initiative that they're putting money into. And if they're not coming to Lanai to help people do that, then that's where I wouldn't support $40,000 to do that.
So, you want to vote? Somebody make a motion? Yeah.
I'll move.
Okay, go ahead.
Second,
Move to,
250,000?
move to increase the district amount from 140 to 200,000.
Okay. Do I hear a second? Second from Member Cook. All right, let's do a roll call. The results.
Chair, there are 7 ayes, 2 no. Chair, there are 7 ayes, 2 noes. The motion passes. The motion passes.
Okay, members, thank you for that discussion, and interesting, right? We all care. And Member Johnson, that cannot be one of your priorities. OED must provide that. Holy smokes.
I know, it's, last time they were supposed to come over, there was fires and.
Oh, Member
it's
Sinensi?
always something.
Sorry.
I beg your pardon.
Member Sinensi, you didn't get to vote? Well,
No, I did vote. It's just that we just turned in our district priorities, and I might want to just adjust it if Chair, you'd give us an opportunity to, because like some of them, we might not increase on the number of applicants, but we could add to the existing ones that we put in.
okay. So based on this 140, that's now what? What is it? 200. Is it okay if they turn into you any additions by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? Well, not revisions, additions.
Well, I think what Member Sinensi was saying, he might want to give the existing people a little bit more, so that would be a revision, not,
Oh, I see.
But Member Rollins Fernandez has her hands up.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Hello, Member Fulton. So the point, again, reminding ourselves like what the point of submitting it early in the week is so that we ensure that the organizational names that we put on there are correct, are the DCCA registered names, and not so much the amounts. So I think it's fine. Because that was the purpose of doing it on Monday. And even so, we can reconsider anything throughout the week. And even at first and second reading.
I guess people
Mahalo.
Could. I guess people could as long as we all stay in control. All right, members, so we are good, right? 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, submit your revisions. Okay. Now, members' priorities and conditions, and that is this, well, my list is big. It's that list that you got right before lunch that had all of your priority matrix, right? And what I want staff to do is to tell us which ones were duplicates so that we can talk about it openly, about what the duplicates were. And the member sharing the priority can determine who will keep the priority. And for the member who gives up that priority, they can then submit a new priority in its place. And it also is going to be due 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. For departments being taken up today, we'll have to take up the
Maui Humane Society. Councilmember Cook, countywide number 4, touches several line items relating to the Maui Humane Society. That's under the Department of Agriculture. So apologies, that's Department of Agriculture's, the priorities for that one.
Page 4.
Page 4, thank you. So it's, Councilmember Cook has, the ones that conflict is his one relating to Maui Humane Society for Animal Sheltering Program. Chair Lee has her countywide number 5, which also relates to that program. And then Councilmember Cook's also conflicts with Councilmember Paulton's countywide number 4, relating to the spay neuter programs.
I'm willing to withdraw.
Okay.
Chair, the next set of duplicates is also under the Department of Agriculture.
Do we need to say whose one we're going with, either Chair Lee or Member Cook's one?
Okay, between the first one announced.
Oh, Chair, apologies. Staff thought there would be like a recess if members needed time. But if we're going to discuss now, then staff would actually request a recess to confer with
Let me
Chair.
ask, because some people didn't really have time to do this. You want to take a short recess after we say this and then, or you had enough time to look at it?
Sure.
Take a short recess. Okay, why don't you?
I'll hear it all. We can hear it all, like a staff suggested, and then we take a recess.
Okay.
Member Kama has her hand up.
Member Kama.
So we're going to go one by one. They're going to go and tell us what the duplicates are. We're going to take a break and discuss amongst those that are duplicate what they're going to decide to do about it. Come back in, go again, other duplications, and go back out and have a recess again?
No, we're going to resolve the duplicates now. So staff is now reading out the duplicates one by one.
Okay.
And then we will allow you time to take a recess if you haven't had the chance to look at it. Come back and we'll have a decision. So we're not going to rehash it again. Anything else?
Okay.
Chair?
Yes, Member
Chair?
Rollins Fernandez.
Can we have staff say what their recommendation is for us? Because that's not what I heard or supported, what you just said.
They're just reading out the duplicates, right?
Yeah, so
did
they're
you-
going to
what did
read
you-
all the duplicates, and then we'll know what the everyone's duplicate, but no one's going to go talk to each other during the recess. We're gonna talk about it when we
come back,
reconvene.
Yep, and come up with it.
Sunshine.
Yep.
Okay.
Chair Lee and Member Paul.
Yes, Chair, can you, as we go through the duplicates, just identifying the duplicates, can you also state whether there is a discrepancy of some kind? Because Tom Cook's proposal on the Humane Society, I don't understand it. It says increase the program by 200,000, and then he lists 150. So what am I missing here?
He's increasing the animal management by 500,000, and he's breaking it down that 200,000 goes to animal sheltering, 150,000 to enforcement, and 100 grand to Molokai. And that kind of flows into my question, because I don't know that I'm a duplicate anymore because nobody put money for spay and neutering.
Chair. Sorry.
Okay.
We did, that's what will make it 500,000 round, but it was inadvertently left off. We brought that to their attention, so if you add 50K spay and neuter.
215? 1 minute?
Chair.
211? Yes.
I thought we were gonna go through all of them.
Wait, Chair, staff
I
has a
thought that was the
question.
plan.
Staff has a question.
Chair?
Recess.
No, staff just said that if you're gonna go through them and discuss them like we said we weren't gonna do.
Okay, welcome back to Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 2:26. We had to have that interesting discussion. So on members' priorities and conditions, we're going to go back to that. And I'm going to ask Mr. Kruger to identify the duplications. I think we got resolved what's going to happen with the Humane Society. So, Mr. Kruger.
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So just for the members' information, relating to the Maui Humane Society duplications, just apologies on our part due to a staff error. We misinterpreted Councilmember Cook's his priority, and it kind of resulted in some misclarification on our part. So there's actually no duplication as it relates to this item. Councilmember Cook's priority is actually just relating to the animal enforcement program.
Okay.
And then so Councilmember Paulton's and Council Chair Lee's priorities, respective priorities stand. So there's no priorities on that part, and Councilmember Cook's priority is only for the animal enforcement program.
Okay. Got it? Member Paulton, Chair Lee. Chair Lee, you had your hand up.
Can I change my description to Maui Humane Society for the spay-neuter program?
That's like a whole new.
Yes.
So you're going to give 503 to the spay-neuter program?
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Kruger.
Apologies, Chair. Staff will just note that that change would result in a conflict with Councilmember Paulton's priority number 4.
So Member Paulton has just said you're going to withdraw your, I wish these things were numbered so we can talk about it like they're individual items.
If the body is okay with Member Lee changing her description from sheltering to spay neutering, I'm okay with it, but maybe Miss Lebrecq would comment if all of that spay neutering money could be used. But I mean, I like the idea.
I just feel the problem is so massive that, you know, the 100,000 that we first thought about is just not going to cut it.
Okay. So that gets that clarified where Member Cook has something to say.
So the way it stands, there's no money for sheltering.
Because you withdrew yours. Yeah. Mr. Kruger.
No, yes, Chair, that's correct. If Charlie makes that change, then there's no priority relating to Humane Society for animal sheltering at this time.
Okay. So Member Cook, yours is going to be on animal enforcement program and for 150,000. Is that correct?
It's 500,000, but I think.
Chair?
Yes.
Apologies. I suppose an option would be if Councilmember Cook is concerned and the body's already approving Chair Lee to change hers relating to spay neuter, and Councilmember Cook wanted to change his to animal sheltering program, the body could also consider that change as well.
Well, I felt strongly about the animal enforcement aspect of it, but 500,000 is kind of excessive for that, so about 250,000 for the animal enforcement and call it a day.
Animal enforcement
250,000.
250. For enforcement, right?
No, from
Correct?
500.
Okay. And then Chair Lee is spay and neuter, $500,000. There's a lot of cats out there. Yes. Member Paulton, you're withdrawing yours.
I will, but I just had a comment. What staff thought Member Cook had written, although I guess he hadn't written it, a little bit makes the most sense to me because it's kind of along the lines of what they asked for. if we give them more than they ask for enforcement, or more than they ask for spay and neutering, and not give them shelter or money to Molokai or whatever, we're not sure about their capacity to carry out what we're giving them money for. But the one, I don't know where it came from, if it didn't come from a member Cook, of 200,000 for Humane Society animal sheltering, 150,000 for animal enforcement, 100,000 for Molokai, and 50,000 for spay and neutering is kind of along the lines of what they asked for. And we're, I guess, showing our bias that we really care about enforcement and spay and neutering, which, I mean, I a little bit agree with, but I just am concerned if we're upping the amount that we're giving them than what they asked for, if they have the capacity, or if you know, that's even what they'll accept.
Thank you. Chair Lee.
Chair.
Yes, I was told that they asked for $700,000. 700,000.
Yeah.
And the spay neuter can be for Molokai as well. But, you know, I'm open to that, you know, if Molokai needs something in particular. I think.
Okay. Member
Chair.
Rollins Fernandez, and then Member Cook.
I don't think you intended for us to discuss the merits of the proposal at this time. I think the intention and the plan was to just identify duplicates, and then whoever wanted to withdraw would. We wouldn't go, you know, deep into the discussion of what the amount would be and whether there's capacity to, you know, undertake the proposal for when we come up on that department. I think that was the plan, right?
That was until we started digging into it and finding out how we can.
Okay, you're our chair, right?
Exactly, I am the chair. So I just want to solve this because it's in everybody's mind and fresh. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity for the body, the reason that this came up was because we discovered today that it had to be a single line item in our request. And the way that I had broke it down was the way that it was intended, but we don't have that luxury.
Yeah.
So just to kind of clarify why we're having this conversation, because in this step, because we just determined that. I think it's going to happen about 20 more times. And so I won't get into reducing it to 150,000 because I'm trying to be frugal. Thank you.
Well, how do we have echoes? Okay. So, Mr. Kruger, next.
Chair.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo. I don't have any objections to Member Cook or anyone else that had like a 2-part, 3-part, multi-part proposal. So I don't consider Member Cook's 4 proposals in his 1 proposal for the Maui Humane Society. So if you want to keep it the way it is, I would support that. And if you want to take a vote on that, I'm happy to vote on that to support the multi-prong proposal.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Okay, any other discussions? Okay, let's go next. Next.
Chair, the next duplication that we've identified is also in the Department of Agriculture. It's relating to access deer mitigation.
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember Cook's grant number 1, it adds a condition to the Ag Microgrants program for $1 million relating to access deer mitigation. And then, Chair, your priority countywide number 4 adds a new grant relating to access deer mitigation.
Okay.
Or adds funding for access deer mitigation.
Okay.
Apologies.
So member Cook and I will decide what we're going to do on that. I think it takes a deeper discussion. During the break, I heard that your thought about what you want your grant to do, mine is more broad. You want it to be to help those people that had a certain amount of acreage and more or less, right? Like a gap group or something. So we'll decide. We'll come back to that. Okay? Yeah, okay. Next.
Chair, the next duplication we've identified is it's actually between the Department of Human Concerns and the Mayor's Office. It's relating to Maui Grassroots Collective. Councilmember Senensi's countywide number 1. That one adds to human concerns, an appropriation relating to Maui Grassroots Collective. And then Councilmember Johnson, his condition, or yeah, his grant number 2, it's is $75,000 for Maui Grassroots Collective, Inc.
Member Senensi's was for how much? Sorry about that.
$450,000.
450.
Which pages?
So hard, yeah.
Apologies. So Councilmember Senensi's one is on page 10 of the spreadsheet we distributed earlier today. Councilmember Johnson's is on page 14.
10 and 14.
Chair, I don't think this is duplicate. This is the same organization, and it's not the same program.
Member
I'm
Paulson.
trying to find Councilmember. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Member Johnson. Did you find it, Member Johnson?
I found mine. James, what's the page again for?
10.
10.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Senensi's in 10. And yeah, sure, it's just on its face, we just wanted to point it out for the members that it could be duplicative, but if it isn't, then, and the body's okay with it, then can proceed that way.
Did you see that, Member Senensi and Member Johnson?
Yeah, we can come revisit that, but it's not the same.
Okay. Member Senensi, do you see that?
Yeah, and I too had 3 different things in there for harm reduction training and the overdose prevention training, as well as the Holoholoi Kawai program, which is the water truck and the hygiene kit. So those are all kind of different programs. But I can provide a breakdown for each, Chair.
And mine's simple. It's just workforce development. So totally different. But thank you.
Right. I don't have any workforce development.
Okay. Member Paulton.
If we could go back to page 3, I think Chair Lee and Member Johnson have a duplicative Maui Farmer Support Network.
Okay, we haven't gotten there yet. Yeah.
I mean, we were in ag, and then we jumped to human concerns past to 10 and page 10 and 14, but what about page 3?
Apologies for that, Chair and Member Paulton. Yes, that staff would agree that is a duplication.
So Member Johnson has one for $140,000 for Maui Farmer Support Network, and then Chair Lee has one up to 140.
Same number, same pot of money, and I'll just withdraw mine.
Okay.
I'm sure Ms. Pinsky and all of her group will be really happy. We were chomping at the bit to support those guys.
Okay, so you're gonna withdraw yours, and Chair Lee will keep hers. Okay.
Oh, yes, you got that? Okay, thanks.
Next.
Chair, the next duplication that staff wanted to bring to the body's attention, and again, it might not be a duplication, but just on its face, we wanted to double check. It relates to Roots Reborn. So Councilmember Kama's countywide number 3.
What page?
This one is on page 10.
Okay.
And then Councilmember Johnson, his countywide number 3 also relates to Maui Roots Reborn, and his is on page 11.
Okay, page 10 and 11. All right. So Member Kama is, again, page 10, and it's for Maui Roots Reborn, Inc., for immigrant services in the amount of $200,000, right? And then Member Johnson, page 11.
Thank you. Let's work together on this. This is wonderful. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So this is a keeper. Okay, next.
Chair, the next duplication we have noted down relates to the Maui Nui Marine Resource Council. Councilmember Johnson, his countywide number 5 increases the appropriation under EPNS by $300,000. Oh, apologies. I'm just pulling up the page number now. It's page 6. And then Chair, also on page 6, your countywide number 3, it's $100,000 for the Huio Kauai Ola Water Quality Monitoring Program, which I believe also relates to Maui Nui Marine Resource Council.
Okay, and that's page, what did you say, page?
That's page 6.
Page
So that could be a duplication. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So Member Johnson, get all of this beforehand so we can unsort and unravel this before we get to the floor. So it's 2:44, sorry about that. So any of you that are going to rework your priorities and conditions for this section, can you turn it in by 8 o'clock tomorrow so that staff can work on it? Did you get that? So staff can work on it. Member Cook and I, we can talk about access tier. Yeah, because we didn't come to a solution. All right, so the way that now this is going to appear as we move forward is when we take up the departments, like if we take up Department of Ag, you can tell that there's things in department that we just talked about that's in Department of Ag, and I was going to take it up in it one by one. So we'll see as we go along which ones of them are duplicates and how we're going to handle it. It's got a little bit messy right now. Do we need to take a break? Are we all fine? We can move forward, right? Yeah, okay, good. All right. To deal with this, OCS has worked on spreadsheets that can you pass it out? Do you have the spreadsheets for the category A related to salaries and one for CIPs by general fund? So can you pass out those? So I wanted to provide you with some tools that you can use as we discuss the departments where I'm going to ask OCS staff to explain to you what the category A related to salaries and how you can utilize that. They did this very good, I think, comparison of what was adopted and what was implemented in the, can you pass it out? Oh, no? I mean, it's tools for the toolbox, right? So that as you're talking about the departments, category A, you can see that in one column, in 2023, actual versus what was adopted. And then the next column, it shows you what was the leftover, right? That's the carryover savings. And what we just saw, what police did. Category A, they had $3 million in excess. Can you move it to B so that they were using it for operations and parking and all kind of different things? So this spreadsheet, broken down by department, and I'm going to ask OCS to really explain it, but in general, when Pauline is passing out this sheet, you will see that this provides some data on actuals adopted and what was underspent and a percentage, and then what we could possibly use as a percentage when we look at the departments based upon what actually happened. You're going to receive another spreadsheet on their request to reinstate positions from 25 that were cut. And this will show you the department, the program, the general fund amount, and the department, the divisions, and the total. So you can use that when the department comes up. And then the other spreadsheet is summary of expansion positions included in the budget. And this was what was being asked of you to reinstate. I'm sorry, that was the other one, reinstate. This is expansion positions that they asked for their department. And if we have almost 700 vacancies and we're asking for expansion positions, I mean, that's the kind of thought process that you all were wondering about. And this summary that is passed out to you will show you the departments, the salary amount, and the division and explanation. So at this time, you want to talk about this, and then we can do a recess, or you want to do a recess and look at this first, and then we can, okay, first. All right, so OCS, why don't you explain it, and then I'm going to take a short recess so you can look at it, and then we'll start taking up the departments in 41. I really want to get started, but this is just tools for you to use as we go forward.
Thank you, Chair. So what has been distributed, just to start quickly, is just a summary of a list of the expansion positions that were included in the proposed budget. The next report was a summary of proposed reinstatements in the budget. So these were the reinstatement of cuts made in fiscal year 25. And then the chair had asked us to do an analysis based on actual to budget. So you have two reports. The first one compares actual fiscal year 23 actual to fiscal year 23 adopted, and what that delta was mostly underspend, and then what that percentage is. And then that percentage is compared to fiscal year 24, so that there is some appearance of not of a trend, or at least some comparative data for you. The last report is the category A, fiscal year 24 actual to fiscal year 24 adopted. And again, what that underspend number was and what the percentage is. And then just for sake of an example, is if you took that percentage and compared it to the category A budget, what would that impact be? It is just an approach. It is not a recommendation. It's just data for the members to use as they believe they may want or need or not.
Expansion positions, category A, the second thing, and the third is reinstatement. And did we pass out the CIP? Did we pass out the CIP also? We did, okay. So the fourth one is all along when the departments came to us appropriately, if they did have CIP, the question was asked, for their funding stack, how much of the general fund can be moved to bond fund, right? As we're looking for, as we want to, I think, keep cash as we're hearing about the federal cuts. For us to be with cash would be significant. So the CIP funding, it talks about the funding stack, and it has all the different funding sources on the left-hand column, and it talks about each department. And it gives totals and percentage of total. So that's this. Do you want to say more on that? You're fine with that?
No, Chair, but if there are any questions, we're happy to answer.
Okay. For the CIP members, we did send a question. Shane, I'll get to you right after I say this. That we did send a question to the budget or finance, I think. In order for projects to be able to be bonded, the bond council has to review the list of CIP projects and give them an okay for legally it can be bonded. So we sent that question to finance. I don't know if we got the response yet. I think not yet. But we wanted to know that all the CIP projects that possibly could they be moved to be bonded based upon what the bond council says. So we're waiting for that. So that's it. And I wanted to give you an opportunity to look at all of these spreadsheets because it's a lot and you can or cannot use it. It's up to you, but these are just like tools in the toolbox. For those of you online, did you get copies of it? Member Kama, Member Rollins Fernandez, Member Sanensi, did it get to you? Okay, we're all good. Chair Lee.
So I'm looking at the sheet on salaries.
Yes.
So the back page of the eight pages would be the totals, and the numbers in red are the unspent funds.
Over or underspent, yeah. The third column, right? You're looking at.
Yeah, it says over/under. So which is it? Is it under?
Under. Members?
Yes, under is a negative number in red, yes. And if
Yeah.
it was over, it would be black, a positive number.
Okay. So in other words, for 24, 35 million, almost 36 million was not spent. And for 26, jumps to 26, 26 million is not spent.
Wait, where are you looking at? You're looking at?
Chair Lee, I'm sorry, may I, Chair? Chair Lee, I just would like to point out that we did remove some grant funds and some other programs that were funded separately. So this is not intended to be a comprehensive report, that it is just for those programs where they are funded through general funds, not revolving or grants.
Okay. So, but the main purpose is to show the excess. Excess after FY '24, and then it says FY '26. Did you mean 25?
Yes, please.
Shirley, as an example, or a way to potentially use this report, that percentage that was underspent was applied to the fiscal year 26 category A budget numbers for those respective departments. It is it is not a recommendation. It is just an option and a way to see if this approach could be applicable to the budget as you evaluate salaries.
I'm not looking at it as a recommendation. I'm just trying to figure out what it is.
I think I could explain it.
Okay.
So, like for example, environmental administration program. Based on this, or now we have an engineering bonus and all like that. It's just straight math.
Mm-hmm. An example.
I can dumb shit down easy.
Okay. All right, members, so I'm going to give you a chance to look at this, and you can ask OCS staff if you have questions. I'm sorry. Member Sinensi, sorry, I didn't see you.
Thank you, Chair. I was just curious, by moving general funds to bond funding, should we get the approval by the bond council, does that change the budget?
So it'll give us more cash. More cash.
More cash on hand. Oh,
yeah.
okay, thank you.
So, okay. Member Kama.
Chair, I didn't get the CIP list.
Okay, can you, Ms. Martin, do you know what 202 in Granicus?
Granicus.
202 in Granicus.
It's the one with the blue ribbon.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying. On the top, there is blue, yeah. Okay. So members, I'm gonna take a little break. We'll come back at 3:10. Is that enough time? It's 2:58. 10 minutes? You want longer? 2:15. Okay, so 3:10. All right, this meeting is now in recess. Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 3:13. We've had quite a day so far, and I want to start on Bill 41. Here we are, right? So before the break, OCS staff, thank you, prepared what I call tools for the toolbox, right? So that's what you all have copies of, which is Category A, broken down comparisons for fiscal year 23, 24, as well as the reinstatement of positions, expansion positions, which were asked for, and the CIP funding sheet. So those are things that you can refer to, or we can go one by one. So anybody have questions before we move on? All right, let's go. Yep. No, sorry. County clerk. We're going to start with legislative. In Bill 41, it starts off with county clerk. So that's in Budget Bill, page 2. Are there any proposed amendments for the office of the county clerk? I don't think so. Well, I didn't see any from any of you. None. They have no CIP. They have nothing.
Would we need to take up that Bill 49 now?
Getting there.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Hang on.
So,
okay. CIP is none. Appendix A, Part 1, grants not applicable. Appendix A, Part 2, special purpose revenues, not applicable. Rates and fees, not applicable. Member priorities, okay, we'll take that next. So, members, on Bill 49, which is a bill that, what happened to my notes? Hang on. I'm going to take a 1-minute recess and get my notes from my staff. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 3:25, and thanks for letting me take that break. So we finished with auditor and county clerk, and on council services, which is also on Bill 41, page 2. Members, before we begin with OCS, I'd like to recommend that we defer action on Bill 49, Resolution 2589, Resolution 2590 relating to salaries as we consider the broader implications for our county workers' decisions that impact long-term pay equity and workforce morale. Members, any thoughts?
Yeah.
Chair Lee.
Thank you. I respectfully disagree. I think we should vote on it now. I think to try and do a study is unfair because we're not talking about the same situation. We're talking about appointed officials, appointed employees who have absolutely no job security. Do not have the same.
I'm really disappointed in HGEA for not commissioning an MTG study on their rates and the comparisons between the elected appointed officials and whatnot. But I think this is kind of one of those yes and situations. I mean, we can talk about amending Bill 49 if members don't feel comfortable with that, but I think we would be skipping and taking things out of order. But if we have vacancies, say you have a 6-month vacancy, that's 1/4 of our term already. So I think the important thing to note is that we have 2 years to come in and do a job that we're elected to do. And even if you get reelected, to some extent, everything starts over. You know, there's new rules, new whatever, new makeup of the people. So I think that's really important that we have the elected and appointed people are being given a salary. The elected and appointed people are being given a salary. They're not commissioning their own MTG study. They're not, working with personnel on this supplemental thing. We've been working for 7 years now, and this is the first that we've heard. And every year we're like, we need to do something about these vacancies. We need to bring up this pay. And this is the first we heard we can do supplemental agreements just this year because of the proposal in Bill 49. It's a question that we've asked year after year after year, and because of Bill 49 being proposed, we kind of have a pathway forward now, but we only have, at this point, we have 3/4 roughly of a term to work on it, and we're gonna need well-compensated, well-operating staff to do that. So I'm with Charlie on this one.
Thank you. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I'm supportive of our OCS staff. I'm not supportive of Bill 49 the way it's written. My understanding is that there is a pay increase of 5 or 6% that is already occurring from last year to this year, and it's happened the last 2 years. I like the idea of linking it to and hopefully leveraging getting a study for a broader base. Some of the other people who gave testimony who work for the county, and it was very difficult for them to come forward, clearly stated their feeling about how it does for morale. We are now at a budget, and increasing the budget to this degree in-house, I feel is imprudent. I think we need to get through this budget, so I'm not supportive. I'm very supportive of them getting the raise. I'm supportive of us talking about it, but right now I'm not willing to vote for Bill 49. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? A member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I would happily support a study so we can pay evenly across the board. We did have that TVR study that we never spent money on in this current budget that potentially we could use. I don't know where it is, but it's somewhere. I love OCS staff. I def salaries and then increasing ours at the same time doesn't really look too good. If I was on the outside looking in, that's one. And I know it's all, everybody has differences and we don't have the vacancies. Although if you look at the report, it looks like we have a bunch, but we don't have the vacancies that admin does. And we learned about the HGEA contract on Thursday evening, and we saw what they were going to get. And theirs is a very small increase over the next few years. And I think it's like for bargaining unit number 3 on their last year, they get 0.3, creating animosity. And while they could apply for OCS, we don't have any place to hire them. And we need all of them to stay where they are, and we need to get more. And sure, they could come and apply with us, of course. Majority of them, all of them are fantastic. But it would create a weird us versus them scenario within our own very small government. And again, I'm going to end this with saying how much I really do love OCS staff.
It was because of Bill 49 that we finally learned about the supplemental agreement, like Member Paulton was saying. After over 6 years of being on the council, never heard of it. It was only until Bill 49 did we learn of it, and it was because of it. It motivated others in civil service to not keep settling for this 0.3% increase baloney. It motivated people to not remain complacent, to make noise, to be angry, to express that rage. Because that's what's needed oftentimes. Because if you're going to let people walk all over you, then that's what's going to happen. And I don't want people to continue walking all over our civil service. We need to be in solidarity. And we need to fight all together, not each other. They need to take that anger and direct it to the right parties and the unions, to push the unions to do better. Because even when HGA representative was testifying, she never told us about any supplemental agreement either. Increasing all of our county positions' pay would then force the private sector to also increase their pay. So it helps everyone because they would have to be competitive. But if we keep everyone down, then everyone just retains the same less competitive pay because public sector continues to pay less. And so private sector can also get away with paying less. We have very ambitious projects and programs that we are working on with our community that we need to have support staff that will remain with us. Anytime we lose someone, it takes time to retrain. We need to be competitive with secretaries in the administration that get paid far more. We have been doing salary supplements, sign-on bonuses, retention bonuses. We've been supporting our civil service. And what is political is claiming to support a competitive pay for admin and then not following through. And so if we're going to do that, then that's great. Let's keep up the momentum. We already did a study, and the study showed that we have been underpaying our department heads. And that's where all the salaries should follow. It should be a substantial increase so that we don't continue to hemorrhage people, our community, the people that have been here for generations are what makes our community rich. And so this is worth the investment. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to add a comment? Member Paulton.
I just wanted to point out, I think you put $10 million for the hazard pay for fire department, and that they're the last unit to settle that, right? And police, fire, lifeguards, they all had to work during COVID with all the uncertainty of that. But there's benefits to being a union person. You get your 45-minute break, you get your TATR night shift differential, on and on. You get your mandated like lunch break, your 15-minute break here and there. And especially, I guess, during this budget season, these guys are here with us to the end. They come in the dark, they leave in the dark. They don't get no hazard pay for working through COVID like how the other unions got. And if we bypass this, personally, I don't have the will to do HGEA's job for them.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. All right, members. I can hear the sentiment of this, and I'm going to defer this and take it up later. So this time I wanted to continue on with the discussion for OCS. So, Member Kama is not here. And she has a, I'm going to be then taking up auditor. Wait, sorry, let me get my things in place. So page 2, are there any proposed amendments to the Office of the Auditor? I don't think so. No discussion. They have no CIPs. They have no Appendix A, Part 1 grants. Appendix A, Part 2, special purpose revenue. Appendix B, rates and fees. And member priorities, none. So consensus, we're all good for county, the auditors? Consensus? Okay. Consensus, members? All right. Anything for auditors? We're done. Right?
Consensus.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we're going to take up our first administrative department, which is Department of Ag. So in Bill 41, it's page 2 to 4. Are there any proposed amendments to Category A salaries for agriculture program? Yes, Member Paulton. I think, did you want to use this?
No, I did my own math, thank you.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, I'm on B1, small a, paren 1, big A. I move to cut the amount by $65,128 plus a fringe of $48,468. And if I get a second, I'll explain myself. Past practice that this will take longer to get to posting for open recruitment than their other vacancies because the class specifications still need to be created. But other than that, they've been very good at filling their vacancies, but a lot of it depends on DPS.
Okay. Any other discussions? See none, all in favor. You want to vote or consensus? We motion, so let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
I guess that's 8 ayes, 1 excuse, which is Member Kama. Okay, motion carries.
I had another couple amendments that are non-monetary.
Okay.
On B3, paren IX, paren A, my amendment would have been to the language. It would say the microgrants must be dispersed with efforts to ensure equitable distribution among applicants in Maui, Molokai, and Lanai, with preference given to socially disadvantaged farming applicants such as women and Native Hawaiians, and to farmers who did not receive funding in prior fiscal years from the microgrant funding. The microgrants will be exclusively to food producing and floriculture farm businesses that operate, and then everything else the same. Just basically adding floriculture farm businesses.
Okay, after food producing.
Yeah, and if I get a second, I'll.
Okay. Motion made by Member Paulton, second by Chair Lee.
So there was testimony from local lawmakers, as well as, we got testimony from the wedding industry. And I think it benefits us to keep this revenue local.
And for sunshine law purposes, my husband, McKenna Fernandez, was here for a second and now he's gone. Anyway, okay, he's not a minor. All right, so I saw that member Kama proposed 250,000 to increase for the purposes of the lawmakers, and I'm supportive of that. I'm not supportive of having florists compete with our food producers. I think our food producers need to be, given as much of the funding as possible, because when barges don't come, we can't eat the flowers. We need to, invest in food. And so I have a proposal that's attached to this, which I will come back to later. But I will be voting against the motion and in support of Member Kama's proposal to allocate, to increase the funding for non-food producer floralists when she proposes that instead. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. Any other discussion? Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I saw what Member Rollins Fernandez is talking about in our, but can you please, Member Rollins Fernandez, tell me what page that's on so I can see specifically? I swear I saw it and now I can't find it.
I thought it was for actually Member Cook.
It's on page 2. 250,000 non-food ag subsidy, flowers and plants to make lei. It's right below my proposal. It's the third one on page 2.
Okay. It's actually, that's Member Cook's one. I was looking for Auntie Tasha's name, Member Kama's name. So it's TC, not TK, but super. Okay. That's what I remember seeing, and then I couldn't find her name. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Mahalo for that correction. Tom, Tasha, same. Just kidding.
Okay. So that's both under ag. All right. So the vote is to Member Paulton's amendment. Any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say.
We're going to need a roll call.
Roll call.
We better do roll call. Okay, roll call, please.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Council Chair Lee.
Can I have a question?
Oh,
real quick?
one moment.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Is there any prohibition from any rules to have both of them?
I don't think that we should be diminishing the amount that we're investing in food security, especially after we just published, the Department of Ag just published its food and nutrition security plan. Like the $3 million is for food and nutrition security and not floral security. Mahalo.
Okay. Okay, any other comments? Chair Lee?
If you don't mind, maker of the motion, can we defer this so we can give it a little bit more thought? If there's a compromise possible.
I'm okay with deferring it. I do have another motion.
But it's just that, I think we all support almost everything, but there's got to be an answer to this. And maybe if we give it more time, it'll come.
Okay.
I would also support deferral for now. I would also support deferral for now. Tabling of the motions, we can think about it. Tabling of the motions, we can think about it.
Okay.
Can I table that and make another motion?
Yes.
Okay. So my next motion is to amend B3. Motion is to amend B3 paren XIII to change the name from University of Hawaii Tropical Agriculture Human Resources to Human Resilience. And if I get a second, I'll discuss.
Motion
Second.
motion made by Member Paulson, second by Chair Lee.
So I think we got testimony from that one guy to change the name of the agency on the 17th.
Yeah,
Name of the agency on the 17th.
yeah. Priorities
I have a
for,
priority, Chair.
yes, you do,
And,
okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, mine is $2 million. Okay, mine is $2 million Local Nutritional Security Initiative Farm to Family. The funds must be used for a grant program for Maui County-based organizations to purchase, enter in purchasing contracts or establish consumer subsidy programs for foods grown and harvested in Maui County. All proposed local food purchasing incentive programs must pay market value cost to producers or farmers. Programs should be program food hubs. Okay, let's see here. I also wanted to say that on page 5 of the Department of Ag response to my question, if they support the $2 million grant to be awarded to grantees promoted to purchase a local food to bring in Maui grown crops to residents, table the response was yes, the increase in grant funding for locally grown products would be welcome. That's from the department. And I just want to add that this priority aligns with 4 of the Maui County Food and Nutritional Plan goals. And you guys, I can read the 4 goals, but basically they're ensure all residents have access to nourishing foods, support produce and expand food production, build vibrant local food economies, and promote healthy, resilient ecosystems. So those are in the plan as it is, and that's the priority.
Okay. So this is part of the priorities that you just submitted,
Yeah.
correct? What page is it on? Just curious.
3.
Okay. And the department supports it.
Yes, they do. We approached the Department of Ag with an idea to create increased food and nutritional security for our residents after reaching to our entities who could potentially apply for the grant to help feed the people they serve. After getting their feedback, we proposed language and worked with the department to craft the final proposal. So yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good. Any other questions regarding this? Oh, sorry. Member Wu Hodgins.
Thank you. Can I ask how you came up with 2 million? And can I also ask if you're going to be participating in this program in the future?
Yeah.
Okay, myself as a farmer, I don't have any plans to, and all my food is grown on Lanai. I try to keep it on there, so I don't.
Okay. So this is just for like Maui Island?
I'm sure Lanai other farmers could probably apply to it, but I can't benefit from that because of
I mean,
ethics.
same, like, right, we have a citrus farm as well, so.
Right.
I'm just asking for clarity. And then for the 2 million, how do you come up with that number? Do we know how much all the things are gonna cost? Do we have like places we can shop from?
Well,
This is cool, don't get me wrong,
okay.
I have questions.
The Maui Food Hub has constantly been telling us that they run out of locally grown produce. It's one of the highest demands that they have.
Cool.
They opened up the Lahaina one, recently, and the food bank alone gives a lot of food to those people who dish it out to the actual eaters of the food.
Mm-hmm.
So I try to stay conservative, and department said that they could handle 2 million. So I would go more because again, they're running out. The food, people are running out of food.
Okay.
But 2 million, I think, is what I, working with the department, I think is what would be best.
Okay. Do you know how much like pounds of food come with that 2 million or something? And I know it varies, right? Like avocados are super heavy and they're expensive.
Well, remember this is a preference towards the kapuna crops.
Oh,
and
okay.
those tend to be heavier, right?
Yes.
So the rooted crops, it's not like a light lettuce, so it's a heavier, starchier.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want to see, and I get it, I just don't want to see like $2 million worth of like micro cilantro go on somebody's
Right,
like
right.
fancy tacos or something.
It's
Which
really,
I'm not against it. I actually love it. It's adorable. I'm just saying.
You make a valid point, Councilmember Hodges, because when we work with the department, this is what their preference is. And I like that, the fact that they're coming in, kind of steering the farmers what we would want you to buy.
Thanks.
Or would grow in.
Thank you for providing some detail.
All right. Shirley.
A point of information. I was just wondering, are you expecting us as we go through the first department, well, we went through others, but ag, to bring up our ag priorities?
That's what
he's doing.
That's what he's doing.
That's what we're supposed to be doing?
Yeah, so we
Okay.
can kind of complete it.
I
Or
see, okay.
Unless if there's, we want to revisit, that's an option too, right?
Oh, no, I was just waiting to see if that's what I'm supposed to do next.
Yeah.
To bring up my priority. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So who has ag priorities is Member Cook and Member Rollins Fernandez, Johnson has more, and Paulton, and me. You withdrew yours. And Lee, okay. And you have also, Member Hodgins. Yeah, I don't see yours. Okay. Next, Member Johnson, are you done?
Yeah, what is the process? We're going to vote on this?
Oh, I had a question on.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes.
So my question is, it's farm to family grant. Is this 2 million, the Department of Ag is gonna be administering it, but they already outsourced the 3 million micro grant program. So when we created the 3 million micro grant program, they didn't have the capacity, so they outsourced it and they're continuing to outsource it. Now they have the capacity for a 2 million grant program. I mean, same thing like Member Hodgins. I'm supportive. I just don't want it to become carryover savings.
Yeah, neither do I. That's why I called them, and that's why if you notice a lot of they helped us work this out. For example, the Kapuna crops, those were ideas that they suggested.
But they said they have the capacity.
We asked them, and they said they have capacity. They said they would. The project aligns with all four of the Maui County. They just wrote the Maui County Food and Nutritional Plan goals.
Is it going to be something similar that they're going to contract out to another entity?
They didn't mention that to me, that they're going to contract it out. It seems like they had. Let's see here.
And then do they need more staff to take on, and is there a maximum? Because it says local food purchasing farm to family grant. So we're awarding grants. Is there a max that would, I think the micro grants are supposed to be in increments of 25 grand or something like that. Could one entity get the full 2 million and then they implement it in that way, and so it's easy to?
No, I don't see them. They didn't say that's not what I think they'll be doing, because it says the awarded the grants to promote purchase of local food to bring Maui food crops residents to the table, and they responded, yes, the increase in grant funding for locally grown produce will be welcomed. And I have the answer here. Let me find it. There's a lot of papers.
I know Member Rollins Fernandez has her hand up. Member Paulton and Member Johnson are having this discussion about this.
Hello, Chair. So I see action 1.5.1, expand farm to food bank purchasing to increase residents' access to locally grown and raised products. I did a search for, other sections that had purchasing to see if it aligned completely with what Member Johnson's proposal is. And I didn't see one that aligned verbatim. I'm supportive, and I could be more supportive of Member Paulton's earlier proposal with Member Johnson's program. So I think if the concern is that, you don't want, Member Johnson, you don't want, all 2 million to go to one organization like the food bank, for example, then you would put that condition in, right? And if you don't have, that detailed proposal now, because that may be something that you support. I don't know. In this, it could end up going to 4 organizations or something. And so, with the 3 million for the micro grants, 25,000 divided by the 3 million is 120. So that's 120 grants. I didn't subtract the admin fee amount, so it wouldn't be 120. It would be less than 120. But it's a lot of grants to manage, and for this 2 million, because it's potentially to organizations that are doing the purchasing of local foods, then it wouldn't be 100 organizations that they would need to manage. It would be much less. How much less? I think Member Johnson's trying to figure that amount out right now. And then we can, I think they would have the capacity to be able to manage less than 10 grants for the purpose of purchasing. My ask to you, Member Johnson, is if you, instead of preference may be given, if it shall be given.
Yeah, I'm fine with
to purchase kupuna crops. Okay, great.
I want to, if I could respond to your question, because I don't want to forget it, because there's a lot. I have to. I got 2 questions I want to respond to, but if you had more to say,
sure. I'm done.
I asked the department. It was number 7. I actually asked the question that we're all talking about. Would the department support 2 million grant to the awardee to grantees to promote purchase of local food? If yes, how much funding would the departments recommend to be allocated per grantee, which is exactly what we're just talking about today. And they said yes, the increase in grant funding for locally grown produce would be welcome as it aligns with our department goals. And then they went into 3 types, farm to food bank, locally food purchasing will expand the Maui Food Bank. A produce prescription program could include our 6 federally qualified community health centers and Native Hawaiian health centers. So they listed all 6 of them. So they're considering all of those. And then a local food subsidy program will benefit all Maui County residents, especially our ALICE people. So they're going to be focusing on ALICE populations, the people who go to the federally qualified health centers and the food banks. So they're going to have to divide it up some way. If you members want to put a earmark, so if we change it from for giving a preference to shall, I think was the term, Councilmember Rollins-Fernandez, I'm okay with that. Again, I kind of just want to let them decide, and if we want to put our thumbprint on it, that's fine too, but I get where we're going with it. We want them to not have pounds of cilantro they're purchasing, but I don't think that that's what's going to happen. Okay.
Okay, so where did you want the shall to go on the last line? Shall be given to programs that purchase kupuna crops and programs that serve populations with the greatest need. So you want preference
shall be given?
Chair?
Yes.
Apologies. Staff would preference must over shall, if that's okay.
Okay,
Yes, must. Sorry, plain language. Yes, must.
Okay.
Fine with me.
So there's that amendment. All right, anything else? See none? All in favor, say aye.
Chair,
Yes.
Apologies. I know the committee's been discussing the priority on the floor, but there's technically no motion on the floor yet.
Okay.
So
Member
I move
Johnson.
to, what is my move? To create $2 million for locally nutritious security initiative farm to family program.
Okay, your condition, countywide number 2, right? With the amendment of the word must to the last sentence after preference. Yes. Oh, second. Okay, so Member Cook, second by Member Johnson, second by Member Cook. All right, members, any more discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. It's going to be 8 ayes. Yep, 8 ayes, and Member Kama, excuse.
Mahalo, members.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that's 1. Okay. In the excitement, If you can go back to Bill 41, and if we can take up operations, are there any proposed amendments to B, operations and equipment for agriculture programs? And then I'm going to take up your priorities after. Anybody have any changes for this? Seen none. And then afterwards, there's CIP, they have none. Appendix A, Part 1, grants, none. Appendix A, Part 2, special purpose revenue. Animal management revolving, page 48. Molokai farming costs reimbursement program fund, page 57. County of Maui Ag Park revolving fund, page 60. So anybody have any amendments with that? Seeing none. All right, rates and fees, Appendix B, page 3. Are there any proposed amendments to the rates and fees for Department of Agriculture? Appendix B, page 3. Seeing none. Okay, now I'm going to go into your priorities. We just did Member Johnson, which was one of many that are in Department of Ag. You have no others, right, Member Johnson? I do not see for you. Okay. So Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. So from the Department of Agriculture, my countywide number 5, agriculture program, grants and distribution for agricultural promotion, non-food agriculture, increase the non-food agriculture grant subsidy by $250,000 for flowers and plants used to make leis. Explanation, this will assist the flower and plant growers to meet the current demand for local lei production. I'd like to explain to the members my motivation and logic. Besides having heard from some of the farmers up country about the challenges of competing with imported leis, I remember, anyway, I think that although food production is critical and important, the farmers also having other cash crops are very helpful. And the flowers feed the spirit and the soul, as well as food feeds the stomach. So I ask the members for their support.
Okay. So it's your countywide on page 2, countywide number 5, and agriculture program, increased non-food agriculture grant subsidy, right, by $250 for flower. Okay, flower and plants used to make lei. All right, you heard the explanation. Member Paulton.
Maybe we should take this up together with mine one, because I'm not supportive of increasing for flower, but I am supportive of Member Rollins Fernandez language about carving out $250,000 of the $3 million for them.
I'm supportive of that.
Oh, okay. So shall we retake that one up? Or I don't know how to proceed.
I'm sorry, what? Member Cook, can you speak? Oh, that's your motion and second for discussion. Yes. Member Cook and second by Member Hodgins.
Having heard from colleague Member Paulton, I withdraw my motion because I think that her proposal is going to satisfy it. I withdraw my motion.
Okay. Are you fine, Member Hodgins?
Yeah, totally. I'm happy to support that. I always supported it for discussion purposes. I love our floriculture. Well, I got married only not too long ago, and one of the things that my husband absolutely demanded we don't do, and if you met him, you know he has very little demands, was buy flowers. He, from elsewhere, he was happy to support our local flower growers, but he absolutely refused buying and importing flowers, as well as the open bar as soon as you get there, but he only had 2 requests, and this was one of them.
Open bar.
Open bar as soon as you get there, local flowers only. So happy to support this. I think Member Paulton's, the merge between what Member Rollins Fernandez suggested and Member Cook and Member Paulton in the agriculture micro grants program, floriculture up to $250,000, and carve that number out, I'm happy to support.
Okay.
So moved.
All right, so motion made by Member Hodgins, second by Member Paulton. So you're talking about on page 3 of the Department of Ag, Number 9, agriculture micro grants program to carve out 250,000. And member Rollins Fernandez, I guess we got to ask her. This is kind of her baby. Member Paulton, member Rollins Fernandez, you have a comment?
Yeah, so I'm drafting up language for that. It would be a section B, and then it would just say up to 250,000 for flowers and plants to make lei.
Okay. Everybody okay with that? Okay, I need a second. All right, member Hodges.
Thank you, to both sides.
I'm sorry. What did you say, member Rollins Fernandez? Did you?
Oh, I see Deputy Corp Counsel Toshikio.
Oh, okay. Ms. Toshikio.
Hello. Thank you. I just have a question. So for the agricultural micro grants program, if it's a new subsection B up to the 250K, does it have the same restrictions as subsection A?
Except for
I would say
about
yes.
exclusively food production. Everything except for that part.
Okay, so it would be similar language rather than a separate grant under the agricultural micro grants program. Does that make sense? Because if we added it as a new subsection B, then it's a condition that's under IX for the $3 million, but I don't think that the restrictions in subsection A would apply unless you apply them to section B, the new subsection B.
Okay.
Something like up to 250,000 of the 3 million could be, but if the floriculture people don't apply for that, then it could go to food producer stuff.
Okay, so how about the microgrants will be exclusive to food producing farm businesses that operate on no less than an aggregate of 12 acres or up to an aggregate of 40 usable acres for livestock producers. Ooh, that's a long sentence. Okay, I won't add it there. I was gonna throw it in there, Ms. Toshikio, but okay, while we figure out where to put it, you want to consider my proposal? Mine's is easier.
So I had, this was motion made by member Hodgins, and do we need a second for that to even continue this? Oh, she did. Okay, member Paulton.
I mean, usually when we were doing land use, we could say the intent and then staff at a later time.
I got it.
Draft. Okay.
Okay, member
I got it.
Rollins Fernandez.
All right, before the microgrants will be exclusive, it would say, except for up to 250,000 for flower and plants used to make lei. The microgrants will be exclusively to food producing farm businesses. Huh? How's that?
Ms. Toshikio, is that okay?
Sorry, can you please repeat that?
Okay, before the where the microgrants will be exclusively to food producing farm businesses that operate on less than, it would be except for up to 250,000 for flowers and plants used to make lei, and there's no S.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right, so we solved that. Any more discussion? See none? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Oh, Chair Podge, just before taking the vote, so should staff interpret those changes as like a friendly amendment to Councilmember Hodgins' motion on the floor right now?
Yep,
Okay.
friendly. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Okay. So friendly amendment, shall we vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, very good. As Chair Lee would say, we like to see everybody working together. Now, next. So I think this is one that Member Cook and I need to talk about, access deer. And we were asked during the break for us not to talk about it amongst ourselves. So, Member Cook.
In my conversations with the Upcountry ranchers and West Maui ranchers on the North Shore, it was brought to my attention that some of the grants that have been state funding for deer fencing has not been allocated to what I would call small to medium-sized ranches, like 50 to 200, 400 acres. And it had been principally the rather large landowners appropriately to mitigate the deer from, I forget the word, but going all the way across the mountain. So anyway, mine was for
different size.
A broad base on the medium-sized farmers, ranchers that have not currently been getting it. I don't, my preference, Chair, is not to like tie it up too much. My intent is that it basically get fences on the ground to further mitigate the deer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for mine, which is on page number 4, countywide 4, grants disbursements for animal management, add 1.5 million for mitigation of access deer and other feral animals. And I think where that came from, where people probably thought there was a limitation on acreage, because when we did this, I did this with Victorino, and we basically said, you know, like how Member Rollins Fernandez created her micro grant program, it was kind of tied to acreage. And, but I agree with what you're saying, because there's a lot of Brandon Baltazar and all these other, you know, ranchers that have come forward, as well as farmers of different sizes, like Hashimoto Persimmon Farm, right? So that first one created some division. So I like your train of thought, because we do need to help those people. Would you be willing then to combine yours and mine and make it for 2.5? Yours is 1, right? What is yours?
Yeah, I have no objection to that. I'm supportive.
Okay. All right. Yes.
So yours doesn't have any specification. Member Cook's one is for fencing. What is your mitigation?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is.
Oh, fair
for
fencing
whatever it means, right? It's mitigation for the control of the overpopulation of feral animal and excess deer. I did speak with Lokahi Pacific, who handled the grant at that time when we first launched the Access Deer Task Force. And this was the first active motion that we took for the task force. And we did try to accommodate those, you know, lower, because we felt like the major ranches, right, they were getting federal help more so than the small guys. But I like what you're thinking. So maybe we could just make this so that it is for anybody up to your, what is your acreage that you're talking about? What is the medium-sized ranches, your acreage?
I would just sort of leave it open. It's like if
Okay.
they basically, they're going to apply, they're going to have to qualify, they're going to have to be an active endeavor, so it probably won't be a 1 or 2 cow deal. And it may be the pineapple growers.
Yeah, they
So
have them too. Maui Gold.
I guess we run the risk that somebody would get the whole thing, but I kind of doubt it, because that's not the intent. I don't think we need to put a bunch of fine print in it myself.
So I had spoken to, I see hands going up. So I had spoken to Lokahi Pacific, who administered this previously, and they were interested, and they have their, you know, network that they learned from that first round of different farmers and ranchers. Member Hodges, and then Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I have a little bit more questions. So Member Cook's grant is related to the micro grants program, the micro grants program, and then yours is just in animal management. if you guys combine it, are you guys going to animal management? Because I don't think you want to condition 2,500,000 after we just
No.
conditioned 250. So
Yeah,
what, we can fold it into yours?
yeah, I think so. And not
Okay.
tie up with,
I concur.
yeah, okay,
And we're going to keep the word mitigation because that means more than fencing.
yeah,
Okay.
for the overpopulation and,
Okay, so then we're going to
Degradation.
scratch member Cook's one out then?
okay.
I mean, on my paper in my head, we're going to scratch it out.
Okay.
Okay. Thank
Are
you.
you fine, Member Cook?
And then yours is changing to 2.
Yeah, so we're gonna combine ours, we're gonna get married.
Okay.
Are you guys fine? Members, are you fine? Okay, very good. So, great.
Sure.
All I can do to help access deer and feral animals, I'm here. I want us to tackle, I'm gonna say this loud so the administration can hear, Keopulani Park has a really bad deer problem. And I've been talking about it, maybe now for 5 years. So I hope something gets done. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I understand the intent, of course. I live on Lanai, plenty of deer all over the islands, not just Lanai, but I kind of want to make it so that we could address those people who are actually ranching or actually farming. Could you put in language and say if there's dedicated ag land or maybe the size limit is what I'm concerned with. Like, I'm looking at the agriculture class parcels and 40,000 acres and above. These are $8 million parcels. I mean, $7 million parcels. I think they can put it in their budget to protect their investment. And you look at the owners, and these folks are not. They're corporate. So something like that where you did have a size, 40,000 acres. We only know a few people that have 40,000 acres. I think they can afford a deer fence, just saying. So I would like to put a size limit on it.
In terms of acreage?
In terms of acreage, yeah.
So
Member Cook.
500 acres or less.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments? Member Paulton.
I was kind of looking through, but isn't feral animal access deer under Office of the Mayor currently?
Yes.
And so is this a proposal to create 2 different feral animal things, or would it be better under the Office of the Mayor, or would it be better to move the feral animal from the office? Because, I mean, it doesn't seem efficient to have feral animal access deer in 2 different departments. One.
Agree.
Okay, so what is the proposal?
We'll take this up, we'll move it. We'll move it to OED. That's what you're talking about, right? And take it out of ag.
Well, I wasn't making a suggestion. I mean, if that's your suggestion, then that's acceptable to me.
That's fine.
I mean, I think we discussed briefly about maybe next fiscal year, because Humane Concerns packaged up Humane Society, animal management, and just kind of dumped it on agriculture. It a little bit does make more sense to me for feral animal management to be under agriculture and Humane Society stuff to be under OED. I don't know if that's a change we can make this year, because agriculture seemed to be up on what Maui Humane Society is doing, but it makes more sense to me that feral animal control would be under agriculture and Humane Society would be under OED kind of stuff. And then on the, just so it's together, so it's not like disjointed efforts against feral animal management. And then you're saying we're adding up to 2 million instead of 1.5. Is that what it is?
Yeah, mine was 1.5 and yours is 1, right? So I was trying to combine the both is what.
So it's
combine
2
both.
now?
Yeah, 2.5.
Okay. And I did, 2.5.
2.5, because mine was 1.5 and Member Cook was one, so I was trying to we're trying to combine.
Okay, I'm just saying we've cut about 100,000 and we've added close to 5 million. So, and
We're going the wrong way.
Not doing heavy lifting. So this is on you folks. So just, I can be supportive, but just be aware.
Coming up. Okay. So we need to, so from the discussion, the Ag Department said that they didn't really want to, but they had the Humane Society now with them and they'll make do with it, right? Is that the gist that you got?
Yeah, I mean, for this year, they're prepared, but, you know, in the long run, it's not a great fit. And I feel like feral animal management is a better fit because farming and ranching and like that.
Okay.
So, I mean, up to you folks if we want to force it on them now, feral animal management as well, and then move Humane Society. But I just wanted to give some foreshadowing, at least for next fiscal year. That's what I'd like to see. Whether they comply with my heart's desire or not is up to them. But maybe next year we can force it on them.
Okay. So the discussion is, okay, Humane Society is there, right? That we're not talking about moving it. And that feral animal then would be better fit, you're saying, in the Department of Ag versus, and I'm used to with it, when I did the 1.5 years ago, it was with OED.
Did you speak with Department of Ag regarding your proposal if they had the capacity to oversee this in addition to Humane Society kind of things and Member Johnson's 2 million?
You know, boy, oh boy.
You didn't?
I didn't.
So maybe we should put it under mayor then. I mean, if you've spoken to the OED folks.
And I'll tell you what, I didn't speak to OED either because I did it there in years past, right? I mean, that's where it was housed.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone from years past is still there. But I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Okay. I like how we're doing the math. We're going the wrong way. Okay. Okay, so members, where do you want to keep, where do you want the feral animal to be? Oh, sorry. Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez. Did you have your hand up?
I did, but we can continue along this. I was gonna shift gears, but if we want to finish this conversation first, I can support that and wait. I would prefer it to be under Department of Ag, and then I did have a proposal that actually was going to move it to Department of Ag and reduce the feral animal to 100,000, but. Yeah, so I'm supportive, but also as we were discussing, the number of grants is what makes it a little wieldy. I think that's the word. So neither you or Member Cook have a condition that caps the grant awards, right? So if one person wanted all 1 million, then there's nothing stopping a grantee from, submitting an application for all whatever amount, $1 million, right? So I think the amount of grantees, potentially would make it a little more work for the Department of Ag, but I would support it being under the Department of Ag.
Okay, so I did speak with Lokahi Pacific because they were the nonprofit that basically handled that first 1.5 that I did. And when it was in OED, and I did check back with them, they have all their reports and they have all, whatever. It was a $30,000 grant and it was administered for mitigation of, the growing number of axis deer. So I would recommend it to be 30,000, 40,000 if Member Cook would allow that. Yeah, is that all right?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh, so the
Split.
cap for how much
Oh.
the grant can be is 30, I did 30, so maybe years have gone by, maybe it
I
needs to
would
be
cap
40
it at 100,000.
per?
Yeah, because to actually do fencing on acreage, it's like $25 a linear foot, depending upon where it goes, et cetera. So prices are going up. But I think $100,000 would be at minimum 25 grants and would be substantial, so.
Okay, up to 100,000. Okay, so that's the cap. It's for medium size, yes. Yes, Shirley.
So I wanted to ask our estimator, council member, $100,000 will get you how many yards of fence?
4,000 linear feet, which is about 5,200 feet would be a mile, so a little better than 3/4 of a mile.
Okay, how high?
Oh, it has to be 7.
I would propose, I'm thinking that the people who do this should also be have skin in the game, and it's like we're not doing it all. If we do 4,000 feet of linear fence, that's a significant contribution, and when they're doing it, they supply the labor, they supply the stuff and expand it. So that was my thought.
I see. Oh, so the actual cost is like maybe double that?
No, that is, I'm saying $25 a linear foot.
Oh, okay, I thought you said they supply the labor.
No, I'm saying if they supply materials and labor to extend and do more fencing.
Oh, I see.
So.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, are we good? And I think access deer fencing is like 7 feet is what NRCS recommends. And has gone up in our ag park too. Department of Land and Natural Resources put up 7-foot fences. All right, so are we any more questions so we can move forward? Okay, so this is going to be a 2.5 million, 100,000 maximum grant per, what was the number of acres? Did you say 50? 500. Oh, sorry. 500 acres maximum for the farmer or rancher. So, and this is going to be in Department of Ag. And I'm going to recommend that, can you put it there? It's for Lokahi Pacific to administer the grant. Okay, members, all in favor, say aye.
Oh, I have a question. So on page 18 of the budget bill, it says grants and disbursements for water and environmental resource protection. And items 1, 2, 3, and 4 is for feral animal control. Did you want to move that over, decrease any amount, or what? Because I thought we wanted to keep it all together.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me.
And Lokahi Pacific would disperse all the Maui money?
I asked her for the project that I was going to recommend, and I can ask her before or in time, I guess, for first reading for more clarity.
In the past, they had said Lanai didn't apply for it because most of that was it Ellison land or something like that?
And they got an NRCS grant as well.
You got an NRCS. So I would cut Lanai. If Molokai still wants theirs, maybe, I don't know, leave that one in OED. And I'm not sure why there's 38,000 for feral animal control and then 285,000 feral animal control Maui. But maybe cut those two, just leave feral animal control Maui and Haiku Community Association and move everything over, move all the rest over to Lokahi Pacific under Department of Ag.
Okay. So,
but I'll defer to Member Rollins Fernandez on where she wants Molokai's one to go. But I mean, if OED is already has relationship on Molokai, I don't know that Lokahi Pacific has relationship on Molokai. But I would kind of cut all the other feral animal controls in OED.
So cut, what is this? Oh, feral animal control, 38,000. Feral animal control Lanai. There was that nonprofit, Member Johnson, that testified. They're on the south end of Lanai, and they were pretty.
Oh, the Heritage.
Heritage?
No, the Limu farm?
No. They were doing access
hunting
deer
program.
hunting.
Okay. And then,
At your residency area meeting. And I thought, I didn't know that there was another group besides the
they're all
conservation.
Pulama Lanai employees. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So do you want this Feral Animal Control Lanai there or no?
I'd like to keep the 30,000 for Lanai farmers because yes, Pulama can access NRCS monies and all of the other funds, but for small farmers on our little 2-acre lots near the airport, you can't farm if you don't have a deer fence.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. And some of these new farmers, NRCS requires you to be a farm for a certain amount of time. I think this, when we talk about feral animal control on Lanai, we all think deer, but it's the turkeys, it's the birds.
Yeah, you have lots.
We
all have
just
lots.
damage our crops so bad. So I'd like to, if anything, I'd like to expand that, just say, feral animals, including birds, because bird netting there's no funding for bird netting. It's real hard. We got pots of money all over here for just deer fence and that deer fence, but the bird netting, some people, they individually wrap their trees, and some will do like a whole. So I really think that feral animal control would be great for birds and rats, these things that aren't just normal deers. Here you guys have, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I dropped a zero.
So you want to keep it, right? Is
Yes,
what you're
please.
saying. And at feral animal control, it talks about all those, right? That's why it's feral. Okay, and feral animal control Maui will eliminate because of this new money that we're putting in. Okay.
Yeah, that
Feral
works for
animal
me.
control Molokai, member Rollins Fernandez, you want to keep that?
Yeah, I was gonna move it to Department of Ag and reduce it to 100,000. But feral animal control meant to help reduce the populations, not just put up fences. It was meant to manage the whatever feral animal population, turkeys, eradicate the turkeys, whatever. Nobody eats the turkeys. They have worms. And then, the deer, the bird netting, you can get micro grants to get bird netting or whatever. But the intention of the feral animal control grant was to control the feral animal population.
Okay. So are you okay with the 285,000 for Molokai? Or did you say you?
I said I would move it under Department of Ag and reduce it to 100,000.
Okay.
That was my cut.
Okay. All right. And then Lanai will keep yours, right? And we're gonna move this all to the Department of Ag. All right, members, you understand what we just did? Okay. So we cut some. Oh, Ms. Toshikio? Okay, yes.
Hi, Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I have everything clear in my head. So if you're moving the feral animal management that's in the mayor's office, is that going to be a new parent 5 under Department of Ag? Or is that going under parent 4, which it says animal management? And then putting member Cook's priority under that new parent, or are they all going to go under what's currently in there under subsection parent 4? Sorry, I was trying to follow along.
So for the access deer, mine, it would be under the animal management. And wait, let me make sure. Oh, let's see. Grants and disbursements for animal management, and it's an addition to that. So, Ms. Toshikio, is that allowed? Is that why you're questioning it? Or are you just wondering?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that I understood what the process is going to be and what all the different categories are, especially since you're moving something from the mayor's office that I believe is for feral animal management
Oh, so
Sorry, I
is
keep
this.
losing that page.
So it's add 2.5
Oh,
now
sorry,
for
yeah.
mitigation of axis deer and other feral animals. And it's for 500 acres or less, $100,000 grant, and it's going to be for grants disbursements for under animal management. So the location of this is correct for where you're referencing, unless if you tell us we cannot.
No, I just want to be very clear in my head as I'm writing my notes. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, no, thank you. Okay, so that concludes that conversation, correct? Oh, we need a what motion? Oh, so long this discussion. Okay, we need a motion, Member Cook. And so move, and I need a second. Okay, second. Motion made by Member Cook, second by Member Hodgins. I just repeated where this is all going. And
Chair,
we are, yeah.
could we ask staff to repeat what they understand the motion to be?
Oh.
So, Chair, currently what we understand this to be is to create a new line item under grants and disbursements for animal management, mitigation of axis deer and other feral animals administered by Lokahi Pacific in the amount of $2.5 million, with a condition that each grantee may receive up to $100,000 for up to 500 acres. And along with this motion, it would include to move from the mayor's office to the Department of Agriculture line items relating to feral animal control, Lanai and Molokai, reducing the Molokai one to $100,000 and eliminating the feral animal control line items, the general one and the one for Maui.
Yes, Member Paulton.
Do you need to say how much Lokahi Pacific would receive for administering the grant, like 5% or whatever? Or is it the standard amount across the board for?
I don't know what their admin fee is.
So do we
I
need
didn't
to,
hear what-
we don't need to specify it for, oh, there's Miss Milner.
Ms. Milner, you have a input?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to mention that if the body's intent is for the full 100,000 to go to feral animal control and the full amount to go to feral animal control, the NAI, you may want to increase the overall amount of the line item for Lokahi Pacific to ensure there's some funding available to cover any administrative costs if the intent is that the full amount be awarded as grants. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I think in past, when I've done line items like this, I've never said, oh, the admin fee is so much. I never added onto it. I think it's just going to come from the total pot. Okay. Has been my experience.
That's fine with me.
Yeah. And I don't think she realizes that I just doubled her workload, but okay. So members, we got to vote, yeah. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Or is this, okay. So this is 8 ayes. Okay, very good. One excused member, comma. Thank you. Next. Anybody else? Shirley, you have anything?
Well, what did you say? We're ag, when we finish ag, we're going home? What did you say now?
We're going Department of Environmental Management. I want to go to the
Oh, you're going to be by yourself talking about that?
with all of you. Okay, then I'm going to take, one of my conditions was for.
No, I have. I'm getting to mine.
Oh, you do? Oh.
Yeah. Don't forget, page 3. Yes. Add the following condition to agriculture operations / infrastructure / education. Up to $140,000 must be for the Maui Farmer Network, for the Maui Farmer Support Network, and Maui Farmer Navigational Coaching Program. They have, yeah, I move to approve.
Okay. Motion made by Chair Lee, second by Member Johnson. And this is 140 for Maui Farm Network, right?
Yes, it's to expand and sustain their navigational coaching program provides critical one-on-one support, farm business training, and skill building for small and beginning farmers across Maui. And they plan to address local food security and economic resilience. This investment with them will directly impact over 100 farmers, helping them increase production, improve farm sustainability, and strengthen Maui's food system.
Okay. Motion made by Chair Lee and second by, who's second? Gabe Johnson? Okay, Member Johnson. Discussion. I see Member Paulton's hand up.
I just was wanting to clarify if either of the proposers checked with the Department of Ag that this money isn't already spoken for.
No, I did not. This is what was requested by the organization, and they did give us a very detailed report, on March 27th that they sent this in.
Okay.
I just was asking, because I was gonna condition the film production stuff, but then Mr. Cohn came and testified, and he said, this is for this is for that. So I conditioned some other part, but just was checking if anyone checked with the Department of Ag if they didn't have plans for this.
I don't know, Member Johnson also had this exact same priority. Did you speak with anybody in Ag?
Well, I got to check all the questions I sent out, but I will say this from Georgia Pinsky's point of view. She was concerned she would be taking monies from other farmers, and this pot in particular was the one we were looking at because it has the Department of Ag, Operations, Infrastructure, and Education. And that education, I thought, was the ideal fit for what Ms. Pinsky does with her organization. And yeah, so that's why I think it should go there. But I don't think we did check with them on if that was reserved, like what you're asking, Councilmember Paul.
Okay, I think maybe they said it was competitive.
Can we ask Budget Director if she's on the line? Maybe she has some insight.
Good idea. Ms. Milner, did you hear that?
Aloha, Chair. Yes, my understanding is that is competitive funding. They will solicit applications at the beginning of the fiscal year, but yeah, so adding a condition for 140,000 line item to a specific organization will just reduce the amount of funding that's available for the competitive pot. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so that's fine then, huh? Is what you're saying, Director Milner?
I think that's up to the body if they want to reduce the competitive pot or they want to advise this grantee to apply for the competitive funds. But yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay, great. So by line iteming it, members, you know that it just helps expedite, right, is what it does, versus them having to apply and the time and whatever. So we're fine with this? Okay. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Okay,
Aye.
8 ayes and 1 excuse. Okay. Anybody else? I have Member Johnson, you're done. Member Paulton, you're done. Okay, so.
Did we take care of the Humane Society?
Oh,
Chair,
yes. Member Rollins Fernandez.
I have 2.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. First, I move to increase by $100,000 for the administration of the Farmer Microgrant data for data collection.
Okay. I need a second.
Second.
Motion made by Member Rollins Fernandez, second by Chair Lee. Explain. Discussion.
Okay, it's under Department of Ag, A, Agriculture Program, 3, Grants and Disbursements for Agriculture Promotion, 1X, Agricultural Microgrants Program. If you're looking at your spreadsheet, please disregard the last line in the proposal. That was for a different proposal that ended up there. But it's for 100,000. And so last year, we talked about the return on investment for these microgrants that we've been infusing into the community. And Deputy Director Koa Heva and I met with David Daly at MEO, and they have, every time we spoke about improvements to the process of awarding grants, they've listened and they've made adjustments. Deputy Director Heva and I had a lot of ideas on how to collect that data to tell the story of how we're increasing food security in our county. And so, data collection doesn't come without additional funding and resourcing, right? So we would like to be able to show our council and the broader, community, the broader public, what the return on this investment has been for the past, 4 years of the existence of the microgrants. That's my motion.
Okay. Anybody have any other discussion? Makes sense to me. All in favor, or raise your vote? All in favor?
Chair,
Oh, yes.
apologies, never mind, sorry.
What? Vote?
Apologies.
Subsection C, $100,000. Is that what you needed, Mr. Krieger?
Oh, yeah, so we, apologies, we weren't sure if there was a second, but we confirmed, so we're okay.
Member Johnson.
Apologies for the interruption.
Okay.
Okay, question from Member Paulton.
Is that what they said it would cost, 100,000 for data collection?
I checked with Deputy Director Heva, and it sounded like that would be sufficient.
Okay.
Mahalo for the question.
Okay, any others? If not, all right, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 8 ayes, 1 excused, Member Kama. Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, my second proposal is I move to increase grant subsidy program by 500,000 with the condition that it must be used for kalo ulu new production under Department of Ag, 3 grants and disbursements for agriculture promotion.
Second, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Member Rollins Fernandez, second by Member Johnson. Go ahead. Explain.
Okay, mahalo. Okay, and so as we've been talking about the recently published Food and Nutrition Security Plan, it aligns with Action 2.2.3, develop a tissue culture lab in partnership with cultivar banks to make disease-free, verified plant material, including kalo, uala, and ulu to provide to farmers. Action 2.2.5, support production of culturally relevant crops such as ulu, kalo, uala, and mai'a by identifying and establishing institutional purchasing markets. And Action 2.3.7, identify county and state land that is suitable for farming that can support and sustain canoe crops or kupuna crops, including ulu, niu, and kalo. This weekend, I had the opportunity to tag along on a workshop with Niu Now. They came over here to provide a new workshop, coconut tree workshop, for the teachers. And because my husband's a 4th grade teacher, I was able to, get that information that he got. And one of the things that they said was if we plant more kumuniu, more coconut trees, then it will help to combat the impact that's felt by the CRB on Maui, since unfortunately it is there. But across the county, right? the more we plant, because it is a food source, and more than just a food source, it also is a kupuna crop that you can get cordage from, that you can make apu from, and I made three apu for drinking ava. You can make different things, and reestablishing that relationship with new is more important than ever. Mahalo, Chair.
How interesting. All right, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I support this initiative, and I appreciate this as a preference. I'll just add some more data that's kind of new. The ULU initiative got a lot of its funding from the feds, and just recently, last week, they got their federal funding cut.
Wow.
And I don't know if you guys saw the Maui Now article from Lending Tree Report that we're ranked third in the highest amount of, I'm saying that wrong. We pay
$1,366 for Maui County Farm Bureau, Agriculture Operations, Infrastructure, Education, and with that condition, up to that amount for Maui County Farm Bureau. I need a
second.
Thank you. Can I make my own motion? Can you, somebody?
Okay, move then.
Okay, move Chair Lee, thank you, and second by Member Hodgins. And just for the members' information, what this does for the Maui County Farm Bureau, they do agriculture in the classroom, grown on Maui, Maui Ag Fest, Maui 4-H Livestock Fair, and support for Maui Association of Landscape Professionals, Maui Cattlemen's Association, Maui Flower Growers and Floral Culture Collective, and Maui Coffee Association. So those are the types of ags that are in their jurisdiction. Any questions? All right. They came also for the upcountry our residency area meeting, and they all testified, so I was glad to see them all. All in favor, members, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, you're voting, yeah, with your hand on the side. Member Paulton. Motion carries, 8 ayes, 1 excused, Member Kama. Okay. Anybody else?
Cook was excused.
Oh, Member Cook walked out. Oh, sorry. So that would be 7 and 2. Thank you. Thank you.
He walked out. I don't know that we voted on his priority with the Humane Society.
Oh, I think we didn't finish Humane Society.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Because I have one too.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of an involved one.
Well,
All
we
right.
can defer it.
Okay.
So when he comes back.
Okay.
I support Member Cook's priority as it was written, like the 500,000 to Humane Society with the amounts allocated broken out. I don't support 500,000 to enforcement.
Okay. So his was on page 4 at the top. Countywide 4, and increase grants and disbursements for animal management by 500,000 as follows, but he really meant 250,000 for animal enforcement program. And here he is. We're starting to talk about Humane Society and taking up your item, and I think your increased animal enforcement program by 250,000, is that what you wanted? And then Member Paulton, yours is 148,000 for Humane Society.
She took it out. Huh?
Yeah, I withdrew mine, but
you withdrew.
I thought we had said it was okay for his 500,000 to be distributed the way that he originally intended.
Okay, Member Cook.
Maybe we could remind me how we did slice and dice this. I think that I ended up with the increased animal enforcement portion of it. And I reduced it from 500,000 to 250, but should probably give them what they asked for, which is 150.
Okay. All right, so yours is 150. Okay. Members, are you fine with that?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Chair.
Oh, there's no motion yet. Member Cook made the motion. Is there a second? Member Chair Lee. All right. Motion made by Cook, Chair Lee, and all in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Chair, I'm so sorry. Apologies. Staff just wants to confirm. So now the priority on the floor is to just increase animal enforcement program by 150,000.
Yes, because that's what they asked for.
Okay.
Clear?
I thought they asked for 200,000 for sheltering, 150,000 for enforcement, Molokai and spay and neuter 50,000.
Go ahead, you can explain.
And so they're getting from Chair Lee and from you.
Oh, I withdrew mine because she was gonna put 500,000 to spay and neutering.
That's Chair Lee.
That never got
Yeah, we didn't finalize that.
adjusted.
We can do that after.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can do that after. So yours is 150.
Okay, so a vote?
Okay, all right, members, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yeah, good, okay. So we have 8 ayes now. Member Johnson came back, and 1 excused member Kama, so motion carries. Now we'll take up Chair Lee.
Okay, so I'll reduce the spay neuter program to 200,000.
Okay, not 500.
No, we'll just get all the cats and get a couple of the dogs.
Okay, I guess we all know about that.
This is for Maui County, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maui County.
All right, all in favor? Oh,
Need a
any other
second?
discussion? You have a discussion, Member Hodgins?
Okay, so that's Chair Lee's one. What about the sheltering program for 503? That's in a separate one? Or what are we doing?
Well, it's already in Member Cook's motion. He had the part of the sheltering program, you increased it to what? 150 and
I thought
100?
we just voted on Member Cook's one, and we had only done the 150 regarding animal enforcement program, but there was no sheltering, no spay and neuter, and no Molokai.
Yeah, so that's why I'm adding a spay neuter.
Mm-hmm. At 200.
200, which includes all 3 islands.
Okay.
And then, I think we have to keep in mind that this is in addition to the, 2 million that they get? 2 million.
Yeah.
So this is just an addition.
Yeah, this is for all of the shortcomings that they have, because they have to do so much, and we
Right.
have whatever contract with them
Yeah.
that we're not giving them enough money to fulfill.
You want to increase that? We can do that?
Oh, no, I'm just trying to get clarification, because there were 3, this is what happens when we can't talk about it, and I get the law, so we can't do that, but we had 3 for Humane Society. Member Paulton removed hers, withdrew hers, so now we're just down to Member Cook's and yours, Chair Lee. And then if you do spay and neuter and Member Cook does the animal enforcement program, that leaves us 0 money to accommodate for the additional requirements for the sheltering program? Or is yours going to also include the sheltering program?
I would have to add to that. How much would you like to add to that, for that?
Well, yours originally was at 500, a little bit over 500,000, and then Member Cook's was 200,000. So I don't know, that's a big difference between 500 and 200, but I'm not too sure.
Well, okay. Member Cook is at 250, right?
His was at
150.
2,
Oh, I
but
see
we
what
didn't vote
At
on
2.
that.
Yeah.
No, I'm at 150.
Yeah, 150 now.
But 150 only related to the animal enforcement,
Okay.
nothing to do with sheltering.
Okay, so I can change mine. My understanding is that they asked for 700,000.
Okay.
And so I can change mine to 100, what is it? Did I say 100 or 200? 200 for spay neuter.
Okay.
And 200 for the animal sheltering, all 3 islands.
Okay.
Mine has to do with all 3 islands. So it's 400,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Motion by
Chair, can we have a brief recess?
Yeah, okay. So we will do, what time is it? 5:16, so we'll come back at what? 5:20? Is that brief enough? 5:20, 4 minutes?
Sure.
thank you for working hard to this point. And what we're going to do is we're going to finish off Department of Ag, call Member Cook, and we're going to do a motion to reconsider because we got to straighten out all of this Humane Society. And then I want to see if we can go to Department of Corporation Counsel as well as emergency, 6 ayes and 3 excuses. Member, comma, that's it. So 8.
8.
No, comment.
I don't see.
Is Shane on? Oh, yeah.
Shane is on. Yeah, I was just looking to see. Okay, go ahead. Motion carries.
Okay. So for the
Make a motion.
reconsideration of Humane Society, I propose we increase the grants and distribution for animal management by $650,000. This will consist of animal sheltering, $350,000, spay and neuter, $50,000, animal enforcement, $150,000, Molokai Humane Society, $100,000.
So that's your motion.
That's my motion.
Second. Thank you. Motion by Member Cook and second by Member Wu-Hajin.
Chair, so staff will just consider that the motion that was reconsidered withdrawn and this new motion replacing it.
Yes, exactly. Go ahead. So, anybody else?
Discussion.
Yes, Shirley.
Okay, did you say $50,000 for spay and neuter?
Yes.
Yes. And I called also, they have a couple of $1 million already. This is the supplementary to their principal, but they were short. So this is, I believe, I'm in conversations with them, should be enough for them to be able to adequately.
I hope so, and you know what? I'm going to refer all the calls to you from now on. Thank you.
So increasing it by another 50 would give them over $200,000 to do all of their spade, to do all of their spade and neutering.
Okay, very good for clarifying it. All right, members, no other discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we have 8 ayes, 1 excused, Member comma. All right, yay. And just for clarification, Member Paulton, you're withdrawing yours, and Member Lee, you're withdrawing yours because Tom Cook just embraced everything. Yes? Yes.
Yes, but not happily, thank you.
Okay, so there, and we are done with this. Okay, anything else for Department of Ag? All right, thank you very much. Now we're gonna go to Corporation Counsel. So on the bill is page number 4. And members, are there any other proposed amendments in category for A for legal service program? Seeing none. Members, are there any proposed amendments for category B, operations and equipment? Seeing none. For legal services. CIP, they have none. Appendix A, Part 1, grants, none. Appendix A, Part 2, special purpose, revenue, none. Appendix B, rates and fees, none. Members' priorities, we don't have any, and they do have Bill 48, which you know is for the increase. Can Mr. Hanano talk about the bill? Bill 48? Or Deputy Director? Which is the increase of salaries for their Corp Counsel and Deputy.
You might want to mention the percentage.
Yes, Chair, this particular bill was proposed by the Department of Corporation Counsel and the Department of the Prosecuting Attorney. Every time there's been a salary commission increase, then those departments come in with their proposed bills, and this just tracks along the same line that it has tracked. The lower end of the scale happened to be a different percentage than the older or more experienced attorneys. To our knowledge, over the last 30 some odd years, the council has always approved these proposed increases from the Department of Corporation Counsel and Prosecuting Attorney.
So then the testimony that we received on Bill 49 was misplaced because there weren't any 50% increases in Bill 49, but you're asking us to give a 50% increase here.
My understanding of that question about Bill 49 was that pertained to the non-attorney salaries. It was regarding the HGA testimony. The HGA testimony was commenting on non-attorney salaries, but my understanding is that there was a misunderstanding from HGA because that bill that we proposed, Bill 49, incorporates the attorneys and the non-attorney salaries. So it's not comparing apples to apples. Our non-attorney salary proposal does match that of the Department of Corporation Counsel and the prosecuting attorney.
So I think that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm not voting on this and not voting on the other one. That's ridiculous.
Okay, we'll vote on this all at once. I mean, not all at once. We'll take it up on Friday.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, and
You said Thursday. Oh, sorry.
Chair?
I did say Thursday. Staff, is Thursday, Friday? I guess it depends on how far we go, but.
Yes, Chair, Thursday or Friday, yeah, depending on the pace that the members make as on his decisions on Bill 41, then afterwards they could pivot to the other bills as well.
Okay.
So, Chair,
Yes, Member Cook.
question. Does the 5,200 does 5 million, does the salary in column A for Department of Corporation Counsel include Bill 48?
I guess I don't think so.
Okay, I didn't think so. I just needed clarity on that. So what we're looking at right now,
There's Ms. Milner.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you're correct. The salaries included in Bill 41 do not take into consideration the proposal in Bill 48 because we weren't aware of it at the time we prepared the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Member Rollins, oh, you're done. Sorry. Are you done? You're done. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Bill 48 is on the agenda, but it's not posted on Granicus.
Ooh.
Just FYI.
Can staff?
Oh, never mind. I see it. I see it now. I see it. I found it.
Yeah.
It was like higher up.
Okay, so you guys all got that, right? Okay. So we're going to take 48 when we take all the other bills up. Remember, Chair Lee?
Yeah, I agree to deferring this matter because the arguments earlier in deferring the salaries for OCS had to do with the percentage of increase. And now we're talking about higher increases. So,
Okay.
Let's work all of this at the same time, to be fair. Yeah.
Okay. You're fine. Member Cook.
so my question, Chair, is with our current task right now, where we're addressing, going down through the different departments. So Department of Corporation Counsel, we can continue to work on this and
Pick up the bill.
we can complete this and move on. Is that
Yep.
correct? We don't have to defer this. We're just deferring the bills.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we're trying to do A and B accounts for all the departments. Okay, so that would answer your question. Yes, Member Hodgins.
Thank you. So for Bill 49, we got a total of what it would change in OCS's salaries, and it's like 1 point something. But we don't have the same for Bill 48. Can we have what the total would look like if we were to incorporate Bill 38, and what is the addition?
Okay.
I think we don't have it unless I missed it completely, but I don't see it. Because we have all the years and stuff, but we don't know what that looks like.
Chair, we'll double check on that.
Thank you. Deputy Director
Thank you. I don't
Kawasaki.
believe that we have that number in the record. I think the only reference to this has been when the budget director indicated that as a result of the salary commission's proposed increases, that they had enough money to cover those, but we don't have a dollar amount that I have seen.
Okay, so in the $5 million they have proposed for their salaries, that covers the amount they would require in Bill 48?
I don't believe so,
Oh.
no, because the proposal that you see in both your budget details and in the program budget, those were all submitted far in advance of the
Yes.
salary commission having
Yes.
met.
Yeah, that part I understand. But I'm just curious, what's the total financial impact of Bill, was it 48?
Right, we will have to get that from the
Yeah.
budget director.
Oh, okay.
That's what I understand. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you.
Director Milner popped up. Director?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Hutchins. I don't have the exact number in front of me right now, but we did discuss it after Corporation Counsel and Prosecuting Attorney proposed this bill, and we do feel that the funding that was included for the increases in the countywide costs would be sufficient to cover the funding for those departments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So you're going to give us the numbers?
Yes, Chair, I can provide specific numbers for you tomorrow.
Is that what the members want? Yeah, thank you. Member Paulson?
For all departments.
For all departments, okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Member Paulton?
Can somebody tell me which number on Granicus Bill 48 is?
69.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that would take us to the end of Corporation Counsel, right? Okay, before we move on to this next department, I just want to say that I have been receiving, and I'm sure you have been receiving, the public thinks that we can stop the Salary Commission's actions, and we cannot. And I hope that the administration would set the record straight that, you know, what is happening is, or maybe we should, that this is something that is provided by charter. It's not something that the council can say, oh, we don't want to pay it or whatever, right? So the actions of the Salary Commission for the mayor, ours, the elected officials, as well as the directors and deputies, all came from the Salary Commission, and the charter says that their word is final. It's pretty amazing. And I just want to make this statement here because I've been getting that from the community about what's been happening and this ripple effect that we are seeing through the county of Maui. And we will work on this. Anyway, next we're going to change department. Member Paulton.
Just in response to your statement, I think the majority of the county doesn't see the extra workload on our department heads, division heads, and the entire county workforce in the aftermath of the fire. Like, for me personally, I feel like I've been working back to my night job, like when I used to work in the daytime and wait tables at night, because there's these meetings all day, and then there's meetings within my community, all these groups and stuff like that, and it's the same. It's the same for the director of environmental management. They had to rebuild a whole sewer line, the water director, and you know, when our deputy managing director resigned, we were like, nobody really wanted to take the job. People had to kind of be begged, or we were a little bit scraping the bottom of the barrel. So, I mean, if we're not gonna pay these competitive salaries for the workload that has come up in the aftermath of the fire, I would just kind of quote our managing director, you think things can't get any worse? Literally, they can. You know, they literally can get worse. And people might not like how things are going right now, but I know people are busting okole, like day and night, time away from their families, to rebuild our sewer, to rebuild our water, to redo our parks, and all of those things. And people did it for maybe the first 2 years out of love for Lahaina, out of love for Maui County, but that only goes so far. People need to pay the bills. People need to pay for the kids' clothes and braces, whatever. And if you want to not pay those salary increases, it will be reflected in the services the community gets. just responding to your comment, Chair.
Thank you. I'm not opposing it. I'm just saying that we're hearing in the community. Chair Lee.
Yeah. I agree that, the public probably doesn't understand the full scope of the work that all of us do. And honestly, I don't think one department should be targeted when almost all departments will receive 30% or higher increases in salaries especially in administration. We ourselves are going to be receiving close to 30% increase. So I don't think we should allow one particular department to take the brunt of this type of criticism, because all of us should be criticized if that's the case. Thank you.
So the unfortunate thing, I'm going to make this last comment that's probably should stop already. But the thing that's happening is this bill, which is 49, right? 49, which is OCS, it's caused this ripple effect of discussions from the other employees. And so the discussion that we had this morning was just, let's look at the bigger picture and see how we can help everybody and not only one segment, which is the legislative branch, right? And that was the item before us. So in fairness to really OCS, they must be feeling like a lot of pressure from the comments that we have received. And I feel for them because they work hard. Everything that we all said, everything that you said is true, but I'm just trying to look for something that's more on the equitable and with parity so that we can have facts before us to make decisions. And you're calling for the same thing with the bill that we're going to take up later, which is Corp Counsel. So we can look at it all with the same lens. So that's all. Anyway, I'm going to move on.
Chair.
Yes.
Mahalo. I thought we were talking about Bill 48, and you did make a broad general comment about all the salaries that were increased by the Salary Commission. And I just wanted to quickly add that salaries set by the Salary Commission, those positions do not get overtime. To Member Paulton's point of all the overtime that they've been working, they do not get paid overtime. And that I think the concern that I've heard from folks in testimony and the emails that I receive is that the department heads will get the necessary raise and the rank and file will be left behind, especially during active negotiations updating the collective bargaining agreement master agreement. And they want assurances that there won't be left behind. And I think we as a council have been united in that messaging that we don't intend to leave our rank and file, our valued employees behind, and that we will be making that effort to ensure that they get the raises that they deserve and need in order to live in Maui County. Okay. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to take up now the next department, which is East Maui Water Authority. So East Maui Water Authority, any administrative program is on budget page 4. Are there any proposed amendments to category A salaries, the administration program? None? Okay, I'm going to move to category B, operations and equipment for administration program. Any amendments to that for East Maui Water Authority? None? All right, this department has no CIP. Appendix A, Part 1, grants. Appendix A, Part 2, special purpose revenues. Appendix B, rates and fees, none. Member priority, I think we have Member Sanensi. Are you on? Okay. Your residency area 1, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this was one of my residency area priorities is to increase categories A and B by 39,252. And those funds would be to add 3 positions, forestry and wildlife technician for 3 months, technician 4 for 3 months of funding, and 14,877 for the second position, forestry and wildlife worker for for 3 months for the funding of 11,475, and for a third, a point for student intern position for one summer internship program for 3 months of funding at $10,400, Chair. And then there's
Second.
also for category B equipment.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Member Senensi, second by Member Rollins Fernandez. Have you talked to the East Maui Water Authority about this?
Yeah, in their last stakeholders meeting, they talked about having getting a lot of inquiries from students that want to work in the watershed, and so they talked about that, and then also I think having the additional workload would also increase the department's ability to get some grant funding. As you know, we didn't put anything for any watershed management this year, so hopefully the additional positions will put them in a better position to apply for grant funding. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other discussion? Member Paulton.
Have these class specifications been established by DPS, or are there comparable ones in other counties?
Member Senensi.
Yes. Hold on. The positions are established union classified positions. So we would not be creating new position descriptions. These job descriptions states that it conducts the field work and resource management watershed restoration projects. So currently they're union classified positions.
For the counties, or?
What was that one?
Are they union classified for county workers?
I can find out.
And has the director created position descriptions and minimum qualifications? Or if it's
I got
county or
my
state?
notes. I got my notes, Chair. Yeah, same as county and city of Honolulu.
And the director has created minimum qualifications and established a class.
Correct.
There might need to be consultation, but I'll defer to Ms. Milner.
Ms. Milner.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. Thank you, Councilmember Senensi. Yes, it is going to be based on another county's classifications. I'm guessing that's why Councilmember Senensi is only asking for 3 months funding to allow the Director of East Maui Water Authority time to establish it within Maui County as well, with union consultation and the necessary work with DPS and management to get everything established. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
I would kind of propose an amendment to just establish the positions first and then create the funding, and then also, you know, if there's gonna be a class series, like are we only gonna have 4 level 4s, or is there gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4s? And do you know what the SR rating is?
Member Senensi.
I don't have that at this time.
Okay, for me, it's gonna be a no unless it's just positions with no funding, and then not.
Until they work on it. Member Senensi. So you're fine?
I can get that information, Chair.
Okay, so we're voting on it today. Member Cook.
Chair, does the intern position, is that something that is kind of like a union loophole, or is there, that also have to be, if there's student interns, still have a rating?
Thank you, Member Cook. The position is, I guess for the board, it's a cost-effective way to grab data for the watershed without paying the big numbers to gather data. So it's kind of, I mean, it's a cheaper way of going into the watershed to get more information. I have Ms. Milner on as well.
Ms. Milner.
Thank you, Chair. The two positions that are not interns, it's an SR 15 and an SR 13. And we do have student interns elsewhere in the county, so I think we have a basis for establishing those positions as well. Thank you, Chair.
So to go to Member Paulton's question, are the positions all established? Director Milner. So can they, what Member Paulton was saying, create this, approve it, but not put any funding in it?
Thank you, Chair. I think the concern that the department would have is if there's no funding, it might make them less competitive for grants during the coming fiscal year. It's certainly an option for the committee to consider if they want to add the positions. I would say I think the student intern will be less of a lift because we do already have those in the county, whereas we have the other positions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I'd be supporting this. It's a small amount of money. It's a small department getting started. If the intern positions are already available, they could get that. Shovels and $2,500 for some tools isn't much. So in support of the department and intent, I would support this.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Member Paulton.
SR 13 and 15 is not that bad. I can support those.
Okay. No other discussion. Chair Lee left. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us. All in favor?
Chair?
Yes.
Apologies, just before the vote, so staff would just like to clarify, as part of this motion, the equivalent personnel for this program, it also includes an increase. Is there increase 2.4 EP?
So there.
Apologies, Councilmember Sinensi. We just wanted to confirm for the amendment, does it include an equivalent personnel increase as well? So right now it's 5.6 EP in the proposed budget. Is it an increase to 8? Plus 2.4 EP?
Oh, with the additional EPs? I think for the ones, it'll give some extra time for the Department of Personnel to fill those other positions.
Oh, okay. So I guess staff is interpreting it to mean that this would also include an EP increase so that they have the ability to create those positions. And
Okay. Yeah, it is a 2.4 increase. Sorry.
Thank you.
So they have requested $67,064. Is that right? 1 EP increase, East Maui Water Authority. What is the number of EPs you're suggesting? Remember, Sensi?
It's the category A. That one?
Yeah.
And the wildlife worker 4, technician 4, wildlife worker 4, and the student intern.
Is that 1 EP?
SR 15 and SR 13.
So Chair, we're just, because our understanding is the intent that even though it's 3 months funding right now, that they would eventually be full-time positions, those two. And then, but the student intern would probably be less than a full EP, that it's a 2.4 increase of EP for this motion.
Okay. For a small department, and yeah, Member Uhajins.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, Member Sinensi, if I missed it, but can you describe what they're going to do? Excuse me, the forestry and wildlife technician. Can you describe what they're going to do? And then can you tell me how it folds in with the strategic plan that they have budgeted in their budget for this year?
For the, I'm sorry, for the summer intern?
No.
Or
For the forestry and wildlife technician.
Oh, okay. So the position's job description state that they'll conduct field work and resource management and watershed restoration projects to improve native ecosystems. They'll independently perform a variety of job operations in support of resource management programs. And for the summer intern, we talked about obtaining research and data collection, as Ms. Milner said, to secure grant funding, and also for monitoring, reporting, and evaluation of the programs once they get grant funded.
Thank you. And I don't mean to talk to you like you're the current director, but I know that this is probably coming from, I'm assuming you guys still have a great work relationship, which I hope you do. Does this fold into their strategic plan that they have proposed for $300,000, these 3 positions?
Yes. And we've had those conversations as a board as well.
Okay. Oh, yes. So the strategic plan for $300,000, they're going to take all of this information and kind of put it all together, all these things that these technicians and interns are going to do.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, members, any other questions? See none? Ready to vote? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye, and we'll say who is excused is Chair Lee, comma, that's all, right? So 7 ayes to excuse. Is that right, the count? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, members.
All right, so this is approved. All right, so that is the East Maui Water Authority, and then we have the emergency management. So Bill 41, pages 4 to 5. Are there any proposed amendments to Category A salary for emergency management program? None? Okay. Are there any, wait, let me move all my papers. All right, and are there any amendments to Category B operations equipment to the emergency, for the MEMA program? Saying none, okay. And are there any priorities? I can't read what this is highlighted, but it's saying Ms. Milner for item 5, grants to civil service, Civil Air Patrol, Kahului Squadron. Should it be corrected to say Civil Air Patrol for the Maui County composite, why can I say that word? Squadron Kahului. There you are.
Thank you, Chair. I think that language has been the same in the budget for the last several years, and it hasn't been an issue in getting the grants issued to the organization. But if you would like to tweak it a little bit, I don't think there would be any objection. Thank you, Chair.
Grant to Civil Air Patrol Kahului Squadron. So, staff, do you have a preference? You guys, we're going to have to do the legal checking.
Yes, Chair. I think based on our research, the organization might be called Maui County Composite Squadron Kahului. So if the members, like Ms. Milner said, it sounds like they didn't have a problem using the current name, but if the members wanted to consider changing it.
To the legal name that it should be?
Yeah, that might be more accurate.
Are you all fine with that? Okay, so we'll do that then. Thank you, Ms. Milner. CIPs, there are none. Appendix A, Part 1, grants, bill, budget bill is page 40. Any proposed amendments to the grants for Emergency Management Agency? See none. Appendix A, Part 2, special purpose revenue, none. Appendix B, rates and fees, none. Member priorities, there are none for MEMA. So that's MEMA, and we are done with that department. I will say that when MEMA came up and there was discussion on their salaries, and they were paying people on an 89-day, what is it called? 89-day hire. I think there's a concern about that. Is there? And because you can't do that forever. And Ms. Milner, can you please check to see if we have a problem with that within MEMA? Because they have all these talented people that I think came from fire. But Ms. Milner.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the administration is definitely aware of concerns around the DM 89, and we are in discussions with the state about a variety of options to ensure that we can continue to maintain our talented workforce that we have down in MEMA.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
I think that would be a concern, right? But I think there might be some restrictions on how long you can do that. So please check on that, and will you get back to us on that? Because we certainly don't want to end up being impacted by the law. All right, we are now at 6 o'clock, and Member Cook, you shouldn't look so happy. Hey, what?
Chair.
Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Can you review the departments that we have gone over today and then tomorrow? And then I'm looking for that memo on the salaries that the salary commission affected, because did we do consensus on corp counsel and auditor and counsel? Because this is legislative branch. I know we did clerks.
Okay.
But did we? If we did consensus, okay, here's my question for you or staff.
We did consensus on auditor, but we deferred Bill 49, and 48.
So it's not done.
And
Okay.
So it's not done.
Mahalo, Member Bolton. So, and that's because of the salaries part. So the auditor was not part of the salary commission salaries. Okay. And we used to set their salaries, but I think INB sets their salaries now.
I think we set his salary. We did that, right? We voted for the INB nominated, and then we confirm. Ms. Kawasaki, do you?
Okay, I was just double checking.
I'm looking for my
The
calendar.
Chair, the salary commission sets the auditor's salary.
Okay.
Okay, so did we make that amendment before we did consensus? Because if not, then we gotta go make that change, yeah? Or did we?
I will need to look to see whether or not he was included in the letter that the salary commission sent.
And I see Budget Director Milner. Maybe she has some information for us.
Ms. Milner.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have the exact amount of the salary increase in front of me at the moment, but we do have sufficient funding to cover the increases that were voted on for all the directors, whether legislative or executive branch. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the county auditor is included in the salary commission. It was. What was the other question? That was it.
Madam Chair, I did locate that. It's listed on a letter to Council Chair Lee dated March 28th, 2025, and it is listed at 192,458.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So I don't remember us having that discussion about the salary change to the auditor, that's why. So I'm just making sure. It sounds like countywide has those increases covered. But also, I think, so So then we just assume that it's going to be taken out of countywide and we would not be putting it under the auditor. Oh, there's budget director. So would we take it out of countywide, move out of countywide and put the appropriate amount into the auditor in Bill 41, Director Milner?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez. I think you could do it either way, but our intention was by having it under countywide, it would just happen automatically, so you don't need to move it for every department.
But shouldn't the budget bill reflect the accurate salaries of everyone that, oh, I guess it's just salary, it's just account A, yeah. Oh, okay.
Correct. It's just overall A account.
Okay, very good. Mahalo for that.
Okay, so just.
I'm good, Chair.
Okay, Director Milner. So all of the salaries that are included in that letter that you referenced, right, from the Salary Commission, you're saying that all of that has already been included in the budget with the respective departments?
Thank you, Chair. It has been included for the general fund departments in the countywide costs, and in the liquor department and water department, they have salary adjustments in their A budget that will cover the increases. So there's no need to amend. Thank you, Chair.
All right.
And Chair, if our staff can have the opportunity to confer with Ms. Toshikio to discuss whether or not those amounts should be included and those amounts indicated in the budget bill should go up for a small budget such as the auditors, that may be significant, whereas it could be absorbed into larger departments. So we'd like the opportunity to confer, and then we'll note that as a change in the budget documents if needed.
All right, so.
Mahalo, Ms. Kawasaki.
So for each department that we have completed, we did talk about category A, and there were no amendments, no changes from what the administration presented. So we're fine. But let us know then with what you discover then, Deputy Director, if we need to, you're thinking that we might need to change the decision?
If the body indicates by consensus that they would allow us to make that change, it would appear in the documents that you will vote on finally at the end.
Okay. So are you fine, members? Okay. All right. So just for clarification, we did complete some of the departments, right? So we did the county clerk. We did do Office of Council Services without Bill 49 and also the resolutions discussed. The auditor, we're fine with that. So was there consensus for all of that with the changes? Okay. Department of Agriculture, we went through a lot of back and forths on it, but I think we are done with it. Consensus? And we just finished, East Maui Water Authority, as well as MEMA, Maui Emergency Management, right? So we're all ready for tomorrow, which is going to be Department of Environmental Management, correct?
Oh, did we finish MEMA?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. I had things. I thought you were talking about East Maui Water Authority.
We were.
Sorry.
We were.
Add some things for MEMA.
Okay.
We didn't do consensus.
We're getting there. All right, so all the other
I
departments.
was just letting Member Paulton know.
Okay. So Member Paulton.
Okay, I moved to cut. I'm on 4 little a paren 1 big A, or salaries. I moved to cut $159,305 plus $118,554.78 fringe, and if I get a second, I'll explain.
Second. Oh, in a second.
Second.
Okay, Member Paulton and second by Member Hodgins.
6 of the 7 undescribed expansion positions, I'm cutting it to 6 months instead of 8 or instead of whatever they asked for, to give additional time for establishment, as the answers that were given is that MEMA and personnel are still going back and forth with job titles and whatnot. So cutting the funding for 6 out of those 7 undescribed positions, I think the 7th one, I forget why I didn't cut it, but I think it was pretty important. So that's why.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Chair?
Yes.
Apologies, could staff have the numbers one more time?
Sure. It was 159,305, and then fringe I calculated at $118,554.78.
Thank you.
And to be clear, my intention was the 6 of 7 undescribed expansion positions. But if they are able to describe them and post them, they can use it for whatever first gets described and posted. I didn't put the position ID or anything attached to it.
Okay.
Ready for the vote?
Yeah, ready. You second? Okay. It was Member Paulson and Member Uhajans. Any other discussion? Member Johnson?
I want to clarify a quick question for you, Councilmember. You said 6 months? Yeah. Would 8 months be better?
I think they are giving 8 months and I'm cutting it to 6 months. I got to look. I didn't write down the exact reason. But in one of the answers, they said that DPS and MEMA have been going back and forth, and so they're having a hard time to come to a agreement. So I was cutting it down to 6 months.
So was it 8 and you're bringing it down to 6? Okay, and it's because they can't seem to, I mean, that's a common story, I think, I hear.
For each position undergoing a title change. Oh, I didn't cut the CERT coordinator one, but challenges related to position titles have presented obstacles to the planned organizational changes despite initial discussions with the Department of Personnel Services at the beginning of calendar year 2025, which emphasized the primacy of classifications and duties over specific titles. We have encountered persistent confusion in our subsequent interactions with DPS. While progress is being made in this area, these title-related issues have undeniably delayed our ability to effectively recruit and hire qualified candidates. A specific example involves the roles of community outreach specialist, public affairs officer, and public information officer. We have reached an understanding that the classification of information and education specialists aligns with these responsibilities, enabling us to onboard 2 personnel. However, the title of public affairs officer, intended to denote the leader of our community engagement efforts, has been proven problematic with DPS. We have informed DPS of the existence of a comparable community engagement specialist role within the Hawaii Civil Defense, which aligns with our intended responsibilities and structure. And then
okay.
There was something else here about, like, you know, the ones that were unclassified.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate the reasoning, but I just think our community deserves better than, you know, I want them to get this done, and I don't know if this is the best way, so, okay. If we vote, I'll just do a roll call vote, that's all. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so are you ready to vote then? Okay, roll call.
Chair, proceeding with roll call vote. Council Chair Lee.
Excuse.
Councilmember Paulton.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Cook?
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins?
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi?
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Kama?
Excuse.
Committee Chair Sugimura?
Yes.
Chair, that's 6 ayes, 1 no, 2 excuse, Council Chair Lee and Committee Vice Chair Kama. Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Going back to Mima.
I have one more amendment. I move, this is for small a paren 1, category B. I move to transfer $400,000 from 903013B-6132 for resilient hubs based on work already being done. It might go to 912014B-6132, but I'll leave that to them to decide. And if I get a second, I'll give my explanation.
Okay. Member Paulson, second by Member Hodgins.
The continuity provided by emergency management agency while still being able to work with the mayor's office and adhere to the 6 core components listed at https://www.resilienthubcollaborative.org/what and 3 conditions: non-disruption, disruption, and recovery. Please note 7 communities were promised to be supported by the county in January and February of this year as the first phase resilience hubs for Maui County. Those include Namoku, Living Pono, Hana Resilience Hub and Community Kitchen, Kaupo Resilience Hub, Leali'i Resilience Center, Lahaina Resilience Hub 2, Kualapu'u Hub on Molokai. These were all promised in January and February that they would receive support and resources from the County of Maui. Each site has a thorough breakdown of what their immediate needs are and where money can best be spent. Second phase, Kipahulu Hub, Hagai Institute, or Haleola Ie Kihe, Honokwai Kapalua, MNRH, Makawao, Kula, Kaunakakai, Lanai. Working with current Resiliency Hub, Hui, and the Mayor's Office and Resilience Hub Collaborative, and I can email that to staff.
Thank you. Okay, staff, you need anything else on that?
Chair, just to confirm, the way that we'll reflect it on the budget bill, it's a reduction of $400,000 from the Office of the Mayor Administration Program, and we'll under Operations and Equipment Category B, and then we'll reflect that $400,000 increase under Category B for the Emergency Management Program.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, members. I think Member Paulson had, during departmental deliberations, talked about this, including both sides. So all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Chair, I was raising my hand.
Oh, you have a discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna make it quick. I'm voting aye, obviously, but I just wanted to also highlight one of the testimonies that we heard at the Molokai hearing about waiting on the funding to be open, and the RFP was never published, and the funds was, they were told that the funds would be available, and it never was. So that's all I wanted to say. I support.
Member Paulson.
That was for this fiscal year. I think there was 600 something or so put under the mayor's budget, and so the mayor or the OED or OIS was the agency. So here's hoping to MEMA can do a better job.
Okay. All right, anything else? If not, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
I think we're at, who is not here? We just don't have Chair Lee and Member Kama, so 7 ayes, 2 excused. Motion carries. Anything else, Member Paulton?
No, that's it. Sorry, I guess I wasn't paying very good attention.
Okay, so is there consensus that MEMA is done then with these changes? Right. Until tomorrow. Okay, everybody's ready to go home. So as indicated by the calendar, I guess we're one department behind, but we'll start off with DEM and proceed on to finance, fire, human concerns, liquor control, housing. We'll see how far we can go. We'll try to go as far as many as we can, departments. And of course, you have the calendar for the rest of the week. We will take up the bills that we have been putting aside for the different departments. And until we do that, then those departments will not be complete or consensus as all of you have given for other departments. Any questions? Yay. We're going to defer this and we will continue tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.
Yes,
Chair.
Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo. The only department that we gave consensus to was the auditor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait, agriculture.
To correct you.
Agriculture. Do we not have
I don't know.
consensus for ag?
Well, we're waiting to hear back from Ms. Kawasaki. Asked if she can confer with Ms. Toshikio on the salaries from countywide into account A for each of the departments. And then there would be less motions we would have to make for reconsiderations to open back up departments if we don't do consensus on all the departments today.
Okay.
So that if we are gonna make those changes, then we don't have to, do the reconsideration.
So the only department that has not been or was not impacted by the salary commission so far is MEMA, right? All the rest were with directors, deputies. Yeah. Okay. So we have no consensus for all those departments, and we will have Deputy Director Kawasaki then check. And you can get back to us. I think it started off with checking with the auditors, but it sounds like now you're going to check on all the departments.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, we were going to confer with Corporation Counsel. We do have a call that we're going to try to do at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay, very good. Then you can report back tomorrow, if possible. Okay, members, thank you. We're going to defer this.
Chair?
And it's, yes.
I'm so sorry. There's just one technicality that staff just wanted to check in and address as it relates to agriculture. There is a floating tabled motion relating to the microgrants, and we just wanted to confirm that it's technically withdrawn because the committee dealt with it another way with an additional condition for the
plural.
for the lays.
Okay, so we're fine, right? So that's removing that one motion, correct?
Right. It was made by Councilmember Paulton, and so if she's okay.
Withdraw.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, anything else? No? All right. Whew. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Tom is like, hurry up and gavel out. So this meeting, the item is deferred. We'll continue tomorrow, and this meeting is now adjourned.